Face it, if you're not effectively using digital media, you're behind the competition and losing sales. Salem Surround will help identify any weak points in your marketing strategy and consult with you to bring solutions that will meet your needs and exceed your expectations. Total market penetration for increased return on investment. Contact Salem Surround for a free evaluation of your digital presence and learn how to get your advertising message in front of today's consumers. Learn more at surroundchicago.com. That's surroundchicago.com. Connecting you with new customers.
This is Chicago's election station, AM 560. The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app and radio.com.
A plane full of Americans has flown out of China. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. They're now at the airport in Anchorage, Alaska, stopping for refueling before the more than 200 on board are flown to a military base in California. Anchorage Airport Manager Jim Sesniak says
it's a segregated area that's not available to the public.
As a precaution, since they've been flown out of the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak, which has infected nearly 6,000 people in China, 132 have died. Fox's Simon Owen monitoring live from London.
And Dave, the national airline here, British Airways, is suspending all flights to mainland China, saying it's making the move after the UK government advised against unnecessary travel. Two Asian airlines, Lion Air and Seoul Air, also scrapping all Chinese services. China's latest numbers, counting 5,974 infections, means the new virus has now infected more people than the SARS outbreak at the turn of the century, although the number of people killed is still lower. Dave?
Simon, there are 5 confirmed cases still here in the U.S. President Trump's legal team has finished arguing in his defense at the impeachment trial. Jay Sekulow told senators,
these articles must be rejected. The Constitution requires it. Justice demands it.
Hours later, the president held a rally in New Jersey.
Congressional Democrats are obsessed with demented hoaxes, crazy witch hunts, and deranged partisan crusades.
Now back at the Senate, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
We want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's what witnesses and documents mean.
Now, the Republican leader Mitch McConnell has said he does not have the votes to block witnesses. A key one may be ex-National Security Advisor John Bolton, who claims in a new book the president told him he was delaying aid to Ukraine to get an investigation into the Bidens. Today and tomorrow, senators will submit written questions to the House Democrats, who are prosecutors, and to the Trump legal team. America's listening to Fox.
29 degrees. Mostly cloudy skies, but there are hints of snow across the area. Officially, some snow falling at Midway this morning at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An individual potentially infected with coronavirus has been isolated at a hospital in Porter County, Indiana. The Indiana Department of Health, the CDC, and Porter County say the individual was traveling through Porter County. It's unknown at this time what hospital they're being isolated at. Officials are awaiting test results and lab testing for final diagnosis by the CDC. Meantime, health officials in DuPage County are contacting individuals who may have been exposed to an Illinois woman infected with coronavirus. The woman in her 60s is being monitored at St. Alexius Medical Center. Former state senator Marty Sandoval is admitting to taking more than $250,000 in bribes in a red light camera scheme. A longtime Chicago Democrat pleaded guilty yesterday to bribery and tax charges and agreed to cooperate in a widening federal investigation of public corruption. The longtime Chicago Democrat says he is ashamed of what he did after his guilty plea.
I take full responsibility. I apologize to the people of Illinois, and most importantly, the constituents that I've served over the last 17 years.
Sandoval took the bribes in return for using his official position as state senator and leader of the Transportation Committee to block legislation harmful to the red light camera industry. A high-ranking Chicago police official is being stripped of his police powers. Interim Police Superintendent Charlie Beck made that decision yesterday, following an investigation into allegations that Edward Wodnicki refused to stop when an Indiana State Police trooper tried to pull him over for speeding last year, speeds reaching over 100 miles an hour. Wodnicki had voluntarily demoted himself from the rank of commander to lieutenant before being relieved of police powers. Nearly 4,000 employees at the Belvidere Chrysler plant are being offered separation packages from Chrysler. FCA Fiat Chrysler yesterday announcing that the 3,900 hourly production employees were offered 2 voluntary separation packages. The news comes less than a week after it was announced that the Chrysler plant would be closing down for February. 3 flight attendants this morning are suing Boeing over claims that they were sickened by toxic air while on board one of the Chicago-based company's airplanes. The Cook County lawsuit claims a design flaw on some of Boeing's planes has resulted in the toxic air seeping into the cabin. The suit says this led to a contamination event in February of 2018 as the flight attendants were working a Delta flight from Frankfurt, Germany to Detroit. 5:05 on AM 560, and authorities are blaming miscommunication for why a Chicago high school was briefly placed on lockdown. School officials say the lockdown happened yesterday at Whitney Young High School after students reported a man with a gun on campus. It turned out the nearby police academy was conducting a training exercise. A U.S. judge has sentenced a socially awkward math whiz turned futures trader who helped trigger a U.S. market flash crash from his parents' suburban London home to time served and a year of home confinement. The sentence handed down Tuesday here in Chicago spares 41-year-old Navinder Sararo imprisonment. Prosecutors and defense lawyers described the 41-year-old as autistic in memos filed before sentencing in the Chicago federal courtroom. The 2015 indictment said Sararo manipulated the E-mini S&P, which helped spark the 2010 flash crash when the Dow plunged 600 points in 5 minutes before beginning to rebound. A man fishing from a northwest Indiana bridge this week reeled in a live grenade, prompting a road closure until that device was removed. Gary police yesterday saying they were called to the Little Calumet River Bridge, found that man and the grenade. Gary police called in Porter County Bomb Squad, who took possession without incident. Sangamon County Coroner Cinda Edwards and her husband, former Springfield Mayor Frank Edwards, were killed in Tuesday afternoon plane crash in Sangamon County. The identity of the third passenger is not known. Sangamon County Sheriff says the airport tower and pilot recorded the plane was having trouble due to the weather. Chicago's Old St. Pat's Roman Catholic Church will no longer host the world's largest block party. 35-year-old 2-day festival of music and food drew thousands to the streets near which the church sits. Reverend Tom Hurley said in a letter posted on the church website, the summer event is much more competitive and difficult for the 175-year-old church to navigate. In its place, the church will host a sham Rockin' the Block party to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Details announced in a few weeks. Bears bringing in what many consider to be the top Canadian Football League free agent this year. ESPN says Chicago has agreed to a deal with CFL All-Star cornerback Trey Robertson. Cubs are hoping Steven Souza Jr. can return to form after missing most of the last 2 seasons with injuries. The club signed the right fielder to a 1-year, $1 million guaranteed deal. Bulls visit the Pacers tonight. College hoops on tap. DePaul at Seton Hall, Northwestern, and number 14 Michigan State. Notre Dame hosts Wake Forest in the Valley. Loyola visiting SIU. Last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies edged Ohio. One minor upset, Virginia topped number 5 Florida State. In the Big Ten, Rutgers handled Purdue, and Michigan snapped a 4-game losing skid with a win over Nebraska. It's a big one at Madison Square Garden Saturday, Michigan and the Scarlet Knights. The news service of Indeed.com. As hiring manager, you need to quickly find the best candidates for your open positions. Tools from Indeed will help candidates really show you what they can do. Next time, you can take the scenic route home when you post your next job at Indeed.com/hire today. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager has words for the Democrats.
Never has a party in American history engaged in such a trivial action to remove a president. It's a farce. And I'm supposed to take the Democratic Party seriously? Shame on all these people, on every one of these Democratic senators. They will long be gone by the time history shows how despicable their actions were.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you miss the open enrollment this year? I can help you purchase a PPO health insurance plan all year long that eliminates the mandatory maternity coverage. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent producer for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other major medical carriers. If you're 50 and are covered by the Affordable Care Act, you're paying for maternity coverage whether you want the coverage or not. In Chicago, the least expensive ACA PPO health insurance plan is $570 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $8,150 before your bills are paid at 100%. I can eliminate the mandatory maternity coverage and lower your monthly premium down to $480 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $2,500 before your bills are paid at 100%. That's a savings of $5,650 in total out-of-pocket cost per person with my lower deductible. For a free quote and to see if you qualify, call me, Tom Marabali, at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Backed by popular demand, the 2020 Tinley Park Golf Show, February 7th through the 9th at the Tinley Park Convention Center. Show hours are Friday noon to 8, Saturday 10 to 5, and Sunday 11 to 4. Enjoy a true golfing experience with driving range demo area and reps from Callaway, Wilson, Tour Edge, Cobra, TaylorMade, and Mizuno. Compete in the skills challenges for the longest drive, closest to the pin, and the long putt. Daily winners and top 10 in long drive and closest to the pin compete Sunday afternoon at 2 for a $500 cash prize. Browse aisles of newly released equipment and apparel from Chicagoland's top retailers at the Tinley Park Golf Show. Plus, check out the live telecast of the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am at the famous Parmesan's 19th Hole Bar and Lounge. For tickets and hotel information, go to TinleyParkConventionCenter.net. TinleyParkConventionCenter.net. For area information, go to VisitChicagoSouthland.com. That's VisitChicagoSouthland.com.
It's the Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Square Sweepstakes. Every score change during Super Bowl 54 will pay out $50,000. Plus, 2 grand prize winners will win $500,000 they could use towards their dream home. See rules and enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com.
511 Team Hotberg traffic center time. Jim Telemonte.
In Niles, Milwaukee Avenue is closed between Harts Road and Waukegan Road due to a crash. South side of Chicago, there's a collision at 71st Jeffrey in the South Shore neighborhood. Southwest and Lamont, 107th is closed. The Archer and Flavin, that is due to flooding in that area. Eden's Expressway looks good right now. No delays to report on the Kennedy. This time, reversible lanes are open inbound. The Eisenhower is looking good. Same goes for the Stevenson and the Ryan. Some outbound work. Ryan from the Skyway to 71st is wrapping up. I-57, Bishopport, okay. Lakeshore Drive is good. No problem to report on the tollways. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. The latest on the forecast with our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today into tomorrow, considerable cloudiness. High today, 33. Our low tonight at 25. High tomorrow again at 33. Friday and Saturday, cloudy skies. The high both days at 37. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, the flurries are picking up. Officially at O'Hare, some snow. Officially at Midway, some snow. 31. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I'm a holistic kind of guy, my whole life. And I just felt like you're supposed to hurt. You're supposed to ache. You're supposed to feel like, you're getting old. But that's not the case. I don't feel that way anymore. It's been because of this product. And the biggest thing is I don't get up to go to the bathroom like I did before. I seem to get a better night's sleep. I really do. I just think, this balance of nature just took it to the next level.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Mortgage Update with Dan Frio. Every Saturday morning at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So McConnell doesn't have the votes to block impeachment witnesses yet. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Doesn't have the votes yet. The reporting yesterday following Mitt Romney's characteristic wobbliness on, was that Monday? Cory Gardner, Martha McSally, Tom Tillis addressed their colleagues in a caucus meeting, Wall Street Journal reporting. Gardner said a longer trial would lead to more Democratic attacks. Tillis called impeachment a sham. McSally said she doesn't comment on her office said she doesn't comment on what happens in private meetings. The sense is that while there was some overtures to the possibility of a witness exchange, while the American people are continued to be the actual prisoners in this whole saga, that it's sounding like actually McConnell will have the votes by the end of the week to end this and call the vote, sans new witnesses. And this was the position that Ted Cruz essentially took in characterizing the closing arguments from the White House defense team, which also included a treatment of Biden, more of a treatment on Bolton, Biden, and Burisma. First, Cruz on Bolton and Burisma.
Listen, I don't know what John Bolton's book says or doesn't say. I've seen the New York Times coverage, but at the end of the day, it doesn't impact the legal issue before this Senate. The legal issue before this Senate is whether a president has the authority to investigate corruption. So the House managers built their entire case on the proposition that investigating Burisma corruption, investigating the Bidens for corruption was baseless and a sham. Hold on, let me finish this. No, I'm going to finish my point, and then I'm happy to answer your question.
What they are asking you to do,
the House managers based their entire case on the proposition that investigating corruption for Burisma and concerning the Bidens was baseless and a sham. That proposition is absurd. We've just seen, they said there wasn't a shred of evidence concerning corruption. We've just seen 2 hours of evidence. And at a minimum, it was not only reasonable and justified, but the president, I think, had an obligation to investigate corruption that potentially extended to the very highest levels of government.
So that's the treatment on Bolton, and then Cruz went on to address the prospect of witnesses. He doesn't see the need for witnesses, but...
Look, in my view, additional witnesses are not necessary. The House managers have presented their case. They haven't come remotely close to meeting their burden of proof. Now, that being said, if the Senate later this week, when we vote on witnesses, decides to go down the road to additional witnesses, I think at a minimum, the most important witness for the Senate to hear from is now Hunter Biden. And I loved what Rand Paul said, too. How convenient for John Bolton. This is perfect timing to promote your book.
Does John Bolton have corrupt motives because he's making millions of dollars now trashing the president? That's a good question.
312-642-5600 is turnkey.pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Because I don't like what Bolton's doing. I feel as if he's turning on the president, if he's turning on the Republican Party, just to make a buck.
Well,
because that's what it's feeling like more and more every second of every day.
Well, you know, Rand Paul and John Bolton are not exactly soul sisters. But the issue with respect to Bolton is, well, it's completely within Republicans' hands. I mean, you can decry Bolton submitting his book for national security review during the, knowing this impeachment trial was going to be coming in the new year and thinking about the judiciousness of this, or allowing his publisher to dictate the timeline for maximum sales, for maximum benefit to John Bolton financially. You can say, you can raise all those issues. They're not illegitimate, but you still have the votes. And what do the Democrats have? What have they presented that would compel you to whistle in John Bolton? So there was also the suggestion, if the manuscript, the alleged manuscript, because really we're still in the alleged manuscript phase of this,
right?
If it's so important, subpoena the manuscript. And read it yourself. Subpoena Bolton's manuscript and read it yourself. We don't have to have John Bolton in here. We can all read.
Yeah, Senator Ron Johnson said, Wall Street Journal, their idea for John Bolton to just come forward.
Make a statement.
Yeah, and he said that's actually a smart thing to do. And he said yesterday on Twitter, and then somehow it just was deleted, quote, "I encourage John to do that without involving the trial." Okay. Yeah, and everybody was acting like, oh, their attorney, like Lisa Murkowski, she said something. 3 seconds. Ready?
Mr. Bolton probably has some things that would be helpful for us.
Oh, the CNN blew that out of the water. They're caving. They're changing their tune. They all want Bolton to testify as a witness.
The Republicans need to get out of this game of talking about John Bolton and the palace intrigue about John Bolton, what he might have to say. If you take what is alleged in that New York Times account of his manuscript, you do not have an impeachable offense.
No.
That's the whole point. That was
the bottom line that you have to tell your friends.
Right, and that was Dershowitz's point during his presentation. Again, I understand that the president bears some culpability for the confusion here because of making this there was no quid pro quo rather than it doesn't matter if there was a quid pro quo. That's not an impeachable offense. It's not an offense. It's foreign policy is what it is, actually. And now this other piece that has been the emphasis of the last day and a half of the presentation of the legitimate basis the president had to raise the issue of corruption in Ukraine vis-a-vis the military aid they were scheduled to receive, just as has happened in other cases, and just as so many other people, media outlets, business partners of Hunter Biden, government agencies, were raising the very same concerns about Biden, Inc. and Burisma that the president raised, including in the transcript of the July 25th phone call that we know. So that's where I say, and I understand. I mean, remember, these people are not our betters, so you have to pound them, pound this between their ears just like you would any other person that pays passing attention to what's going on. I'm talking about some Republican senators here, and that's McConnell's job and the leadership team's job. And this is why I think the White House Defense Council has done a good job in the presentation and by addressing this straight away. Don't pretend that this is not what is being discussed outside of your prepared defense. Tackle it straight away. Dershowitz did that, and then yesterday Sekulow did that as well.
You cannot impeach a president on an unsourced allegation. But what Professor Dershowitz was saying, even if everything in there was true, it constitutionally doesn't rise to that level. But I want to be clear on this, because there's a lot of speculation out there. With regard to what John Bolton has said, which referenced a number of individuals, we'll start with the president. Here's what the president said in response to that New York Times piece. I never told John Bolton that the aid to Ukraine was tied to investigations into Democrats, including the Bidens. In fact, he never complained about this at the time of his very public termination. If John Bolton said this, it was only to sell a book. The Department of Justice. While the Department of Justice has not reviewed Mr. Bolton's manuscript, the New York Times account of his conversation grossly mischaracterizes what Attorney General Barr and Bolton discussed. There was no discussion of personal favors or undue influence on investigations, nor did the Attorney General state that the President's conversations with foreign leaders were improper. The Vice President's Chief of Staff issued a statement. In every conversation with the President and the Vice President, in preparation for our trip to Poland, remember that was the trip that was being planned for the meeting with President Zelensky, the President consistently expressed his frustration that the United States was bearing the lion's share of responsibility for aid to Ukraine and that European nations weren't doing their part. The President also expressed concerns about corruption in Ukraine, and at no time did I hear him tie Ukraine aid to investigations into the Biden family or Burisma.
I mean, it's interesting that there's pushback and there's, the various individuals that Jay Sekulow cited, starting with the president, refuting what is allegedly in the manuscript. But I would have stopped at just what Jay Sekulow said at the outset. As Dershowitz said, even if you take everything that's alleged as true, you have nothing.
Yeah, Dershowitz summed it up in 11 seconds.
Nothing in the Bolton revelations, even if true, would rise to the level of an abuse of power or an impeachable offense.
And so, Sekulow recounting those statements that dispute the New York Times report on Bolton's manuscript, I mean, it almost sets the predicate to say, well, maybe John Bolton has evidence to support his claim versus the counterclaims of the others. But then we're down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with the standard here. I mean, it's what Ted Cruz said, the standard here. What is the standard of analysis? It's a high crime and misdemeanor. It's the president's legitimate basis to raise concerns about corruption in a country that was to receive $400 million in U.S. aid. Chip in St. Charles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan and Amy. I saw a couple blurbs that said that Trump isn't removed from office, that Nancy Pelosi is going to quit. And I find that to be very interesting. I don't know if it's true or not, but if that's the case, I would think that changes a lot of things in that it gives the House it gives her a way out. She was going to get out anyway, and this way she could go out in a big bang. And I have no respect for that.
Thanks for the call,
Have
Chip.
you heard that?
I have not heard that.
Maybe we can ask James Rosen when he joins us at 5:35 this morning.
I would find that very hard to believe. Yeah, well, they're very tight.
Yeah, we'll see if they've
Rosen and Nancy Pelosi. Sure.
mended their relationship. But Dan, real quick, what about the Democrats considering to vote to acquit? Manchin,
Yeah.
Doug Jones, Kristen Sinema. I know that reporters have been calling their office, and they're not committing to anything right now.
There was a report even that DiFi.
Right,
Now, she disputed it, but there was a report that DiFi was considering a vote to acquit. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, you know what? I'm fascinated by this whole thing, but I'm not afraid of Bolton because he might hate Trump, but I think he hates the Democrats more. And then I want to throw in one more thing. Jeffrey Epstein was not killed because of sex. I think he was killed because he was laundering money for most of those people, including the Bidens. So I would call as a witness his assistant. And I think that would freak the Democrats and most of those senators out just as much as this Bolton thing, because you don't know what she's going to say, but she probably has a lot of information about a lot of things. So if Jeffrey Epstein was about sex, wouldn't she have been killed by now too?
Thanks for the call. I mean, I guess that, if we're going to have a full-on circus, we might as well figure out a way to shoehorn Epstein into this impeachment thing, I guess.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/search. That's ZipRecruiter.com/search.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I know we have a lot of shooting enthusiasts listening right now. This is Dan Proft, and I want to tell you about a truly special, family-friendly private shooting facility. And I should know, I'm a member of Aurora Sportsman's Club. Here's David Lombardo, the club's past president and On Target Radio co-host.
Thanks, Dan. ASC has 285 acres composed of 4 shooting complexes for a total of 22 ranges from 50 feet to 600 yards, with more in development. Our family memberships allow drawing from the holster, moving and shooting steel. Our 2 shotgun complexes offer wobble trap, double trap, 2 standard trap fields, 2 skeet fields, 5 stand, and one of the most challenging sporting clays courses in the Midwest. Additionally, we offer fishing and hunting. In March and April, we're holding our annual family membership drive.
It sure sounds good to me, David. How do they get more information?
Visit aurorasc.org or call 815-264-9000. That's aurorasc.org for a better shooting experience. aurorasc.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll pick up our discussion on impeachment and also talk a little bit of 2020 with the Iowa caucus on Monday with James Rosen from Sinclair at 5:38.
And there's rumblings that Biden and Klobuchar are going to form an alliance. At least Biden's allegedly trying to. And later, common sense prevailed, folks. They're not taking 240 Americans from Wuhan, China, to a civilian airport. They're heading to Riverside, California, to a military base. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
The coronavirus death toll continues to rise in China. Health officials this morning say more than 130 have been killed by the respiratory illness. A plane carrying hundreds of Americans evacuated from the Chinese city where the coronavirus originated has landed in Anchorage, Alaska. But Jacob Wilson of Louisiana in China says he couldn't get a seat on that flight.
If there was a bigger plane that could fit everybody, I definitely want to be on it.
It's a refueling stop, they say, in Alaska before they head to California, where their destination has been changed. They're flying into the March Air Reserve Base in Riverside County, California, where screening will take place again. The impeachment trial moves to what could be a highly charged phase today when senators begin questioning House impeachment managers, and President Trump's defense lawyers continued their defense yesterday. Lawyer Jay Sekulow pushed back on news reports about a so-called manuscript that included the words of former National Security Advisor John Bolton.
Newspaper reports and allegations in a unsourced, maybe this is in somebody's book, who's no longer at the White House.
California Representative Adam Schiff says the former National Security Advisor must be called to testify.
Look and what he has to say, the very relevant and probative quality of the testimony that he should give the Senate.
Senators will submit written questions to Chief Justice John Roberts, who will then read them aloud. Questioning is scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. Series of strong earthquakes rattled the Caribbean yesterday afternoon. A powerful magnitude 7.7 quake struck about 73 miles northwest of Jamaica. Since then, a number of smaller earthquakes have followed. The white supremacist convicted of killing 9 worshipers at a historic black church in South Carolina is appealing his case. Dylan Roof is appealing his convictions, arguing he was mentally ill when he represented himself. Number of U.S. service members injured in the Iranian missile strike earlier this month is on the rise. The Pentagon reporting that at least 50 military personnel suffered concussion symptoms. NFL Hall of Fame defensive lineman Chris Dolman died last night after a 2-year battle with brain cancer. He was 58. Pro Football Hall of Fame announced his death a few hours ago. He was selected by the Vikings 4th overall in the 1985 draft out of the University of Pittsburgh. He was diagnosed with glioblastoma, underwent surgery back in 2018 to remove a cancerous tumor out of his brain. 2 other tumors were treated with radiation and therapy. Chris Dolman, 58. An individual potentially infected with the coronavirus has been isolated at a hospital in Porter County, Indiana. Indiana State Department of Health and the CDC say the individual was traveling through the area. It's not exactly known what hospital that individual is being isolated at. Former State Senator Marty Sandoval is admitting to taking more than $250,000 in bribes in a red light camera scheme. He pled guilty yesterday, the longtime Chicago Democrat saying he was ashamed of what he did. And nearly 4,000 employees at the Belvidere Chrysler plant are being offered separation packages from Chrysler America. Fiat Chrysler confirming yesterday that 3,900 hourly production employees were offered 2 voluntary separation packages. Cubs are hoping Steven Souza Jr. can return to form after missing most of the last 2 seasons with injuries, signing the right fielder to a 1-year guaranteed deal. Bulls visit the Pacers later on tonight. WIND News Time is 5:34. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity doesn't see much difference in the Democratic frontrunners.
You got Bernie Sanders now. Volunteers are being told to zero in on the weaknesses of fellow socialist Elizabeth Warren. My personal opinion is there's not really a dime's worth of difference between the two of them. They're both radical, extreme, left-wing socialists that want Medicare for all and would want the Green New Deal.
The Sean Hannity Show, afternoons at 2, right before Steve Cortez at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan Proft here along with Amy Jacobson.
And we wanted to take just a minute to say thank you to each and every one of you who participated in our annual Food for the Poor campaign over the past 6 weeks.
Because of you and your generosity, we were able to raise more than $215,000 to provide food for an entire year for displaced Venezuelan children and their families living in Colombia.
We especially want to thank the many business benefactors who supported this campaign. Now, when you hear their commercials running on this station in the coming months, please support their business as a way of thanking them for their generosity.
Just because the Christmas season is over, that doesn't mean that the need has gone away. You can still make a tax-deductible gift of any amount to Food for the Poor by calling 844-862-4673 or visit 560theanswer.com/food. That's 560theanswer.com/food.
And on behalf of all of us here at AM 560 The Answer and at Food for the Poor, thanks again for your generosity.
Stop wasting energy. There's a better way. Your company could be receiving energy efficiency incentives by recycling waste heat from on-site power generation equipment and turning it into useful energy. The federal government is pushing utility companies to be more efficient. In turn, utility companies are offering incentives for your business. Charles Equipment can help get you up and running with cogeneration, also known as CHP, Combined Heat and Power, a clean and efficient way to generate heat and power. CHP systems can supply at least a portion of a building's electrical load and capture waste heat from hot exhaust gases for use in heating, cooling, hot water, and dehumidification. Charles Equipment can install and manage the cogen equipment at your facility and help your energy use become 70 to 90% more efficient. Start making better, more energy-efficient decisions and save money in the process. Call Charles Equipment, 630-834-6000 or online at charlesequipment.com. Reliable industrial generators. They've got the power.
It's open enrollment season, and MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that saves most families about $500 a month. Google MediShare and see if it is a fit for you.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
5:37, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and Jim Talamonte.
We do have some issues on the roadways this morning. And Niles, Milwaukee Avenue is closed between Harts and Waukegan Road due to a crash. In Elmhurst, it's a collision on 83 at the Eisenhower. In Chicago's South Shore neighborhood, there's a crash at 71st and Jeffrey. In Loft, there's still some flooding, which is affecting 107th Street near Archer Avenue. On the Rhine Expressway inbound, we're seeing congestion in the express lane. 35th Street to Stevenson. We'll have about a 1 or 2 minute delay there. The traffic's starting to build approaching downtown Chicago. And on Bishop Ford, just a little bit congested approaching the merge. The other expressways and tollways still look pretty good right now with no other delays or incidents to report. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Clouds most of the day, high 33. Currently 31, a bit of snow reported officially at O'Hare and Midway. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
James Rosen, nationally syndicated investigative reporter, but also one-man show.
There's a certain fondness for my De Niro. You give me all these answers, but you don't give me the right answers. So I swear to God, I'm going to kill somebody.
It's
You're very
pretty good. I know, completely got it.
On AM 560.
You're very smart, Joey. You give me all these answers, but you ain't give me the right answer.
The Answer.
Yes, he's fun-loving, but he's also a serious reporter, and James Rosen got confab with Bibi yesterday to discuss the Mideast peace plan that has been advanced by the Trump administration.
There was reference in the plan to a 4-year freeze on Israeli settlement activity. Do you understand that to apply to both future settlement activity and existing settlements?
No, in fact, the president offers a novel approach, which is the right approach. He says the Jewish communities in Judea, Samaria, our ancestral homeland, will continue under Israeli sovereignty. Get that out of the way. The Jordan Valley, which is our eastern border, will continue under Israeli sovereignty. America recognizes Israeli sovereignty. There is territory, in addition to that, that we've agreed not to change the status quo in for 4 years in order to allow the Palestinians to enter negotiations. I hope they do. So far, they haven't.
But it doesn't apply to existing settlements.
No, it does not.
Key to the implementation of the plan, the successful implementation of it, is whether Hamas will still be there. Is the Jewish state, under your leadership, committed to regime change in Gaza?
Yes, but we're also engaged in other fronts, especially Iran. And I would say 95% of our problems, including in Gaza, stem from Iran.
And one of the arguments that was advanced by President Trump and Jared Kushner, who's been his point man on this, is what the president has been able to do is align the interests of countries that don't necessarily have diplomatic relations, some of the countries that were represented in the unfurling of this plan, around common enemies. Align the interests around common enemies, most specifically Iran. Kushner gave an extended interview to Christiane Amanpour, explaining from America's perspective the import and novelty of this proposal.
Perfect. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that today was a big accomplishment for President Trump, something that only he could have done. He met yesterday with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also with General Gantz, his opponent, in a time of very divisive politics in Israel where they can't agree on much. He brought the country together on what has been the most divisive issue. What he's also done is we've released an 80-page detailed plan. In the past plans, you had the Arab Peace Initiative, which is a very good effort, which is about 8 lines. And then you had past proposals, which were 2 to 3 pages of wordsmith documents, really talking about high principles. He also got Israel to agree for the first time to a state, and he got Israel to agree to a map. So what you've seen today is that President Trump's built a lot of trust with the state of Israel. He's done a lot of great things that have made Israel more secure and the relationship between America and Israel stronger. And what he's been able to do today is deliver for the Palestinians a pathway to a state, a contiguous territory, and conditions where they can earn their way to their independence, their dignity, all these different things, along with a $50 billion economic plan that could make them a very, very thriving state in the future. So it's a big opportunity for the Palestinians, and they have a perfect track record of blowing every opportunity they've had in their past, but perhaps maybe their leadership will read the details of it, stop posturing, and do what's best to try to make the Palestinian people's lives better.
Well, perhaps, but of course their initial response was to reject it out of hand. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by the aforementioned James Rosen, Sinclair Broadcast Group reporter, New York Times bestselling author of The Strong Man, John Mitchell and the Secrets of Washington. James, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Great to be back with you, Dan and Amy. Thank you.
So this is actually sort of remarkable. I mean, the timing of this, but I guess the timing of anything when you have an impeachment trial going on is remarkable. The plan that's been proposed is receiving relatively high marks, even from Trump administration skeptics, at least as thoughtful and perhaps a bit asymmetrical in terms of the normal approach to trying to advance a two-state solution peace plan in the Middle East. But it seems to be received better than one would think a Trump proposal would be received.
This is a blueprint that's 3 years in the making. And as you just noted, it has the imprimatur of the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. It is predicted by few to succeed. We're talking about a plan that would have to overcome 7 decades of armed conflict and distrust. The Palestinians, for their part, say that they really weren't consulted. And the fact is, we always have to remember that since 2005, the Palestinian Authority has been cleaved into 2 parts. I mean, territorially, it's always existed in 2 parts, the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip is run by Hamas, a group that the United States has designated as a foreign terrorist organization. Hamas remains sworn to Israel's destruction. So any peace deal with the Palestinian Authority is really an attempt to negotiate with 2, let's say, Siamese twins, if you will, one of which is really not interested in negotiating. An essential element of the plan is that Hamas has to go from the Gaza Strip. And that's why you heard in the clip that you played, that's why I asked the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, in my interview with him yesterday, which was conducted at Blair House just across from the White House, if he remains committed to regime change in Gaza. He paused, but he said yes. But I then asked him, and this is not in the clip we played, you don't see that happening anytime soon, do you? And he said, well, it could happen. But that's the real fundamental impediment to this plan being implemented, is the continuing presence of a foreign terrorist organization at the head of one of the 2 capitals, if you will, of the Palestinian Authority right now.
Well, were the Palestinians consulted at all during this process?
Not really. Not in the when we talk about the process. If you want to say that it's been ongoing for 3 years, then yes, there was consultation because President Trump did meet with the head of the West Bank part of the Palestinian Authority, the head of Fatah, Mahmoud Abbas, but who is seen widely as an ailing, aging, weak, ineffectual leader. And in making his announcement at the White House yesterday, President Trump said he did secure that consultation with the Palestinians. But in more recent times, no. I think the Palestinians cut off contact with the Trump administration after Mr. Trump effectuated the relocation of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem.
And notable in the absence, though, was Jordan, and isn't that going to be a problem moving forward if you can't get Jordan and perhaps to a lesser extent Egypt's buy-in?
Yep. From the Israeli perspective, Jordan's opposition to the plan, as stated, was muted. It was not blasted. But Jordan's cooperation is key because, after all, they are bordering there on the Jordan Valley, and 2/3 of the Jordanian population is indeed Palestinian. You have to really step back and take a historical view of this. During Benjamin Netanyahu's lifetime, if you went back to, say, 1975, 1985, the Arab world was so united in hostility to Israel, and particularly over the central issue of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But the last decade and a half or 2 decades has seen Iran emerge as a regional power. Some would say a regional hegemon in the Middle East. And this has united a lot of the Arab world, not only against Iran, but with Israel. And so the kind of condemnations that you would have seen of this kind of plan or of Israel generally in the Arab world decades ago, we don't see anymore. They are united against a common enemy in Iran. And so this does speak to your point earlier, Dan, about this plan not receiving, let's say, the round condemnation that it might have in times past.
I wanted to get your take on the state of play with impeachment as we're moving now to the Q&A phase of the process, and then ultimately by the end of the week, the question, the only really remaining question is whether or not witnesses will be called. The big news yesterday was the blaring headlines, at least. McConnell doesn't have the votes to prevent witnesses, but there was a subtext that developed later in the day, which is he doesn't have those votes yet. But there seems to be movement in the direction that he will have those votes by week's end. What's your handle on that?
A lot of this is going to boil down, as legislative parliamentary maneuvering often does, to a single figure. And right now, all eyes in the Capitol, where the impeachment trial is concerned, are trained on Senator Lamar Alexander of Tennessee, who is retiring at the end of his term. Because the Democrats, in order to secure the admission of live witnesses to the impeachment trial, require the defection of 4 Republican senators. Senator Mitt Romney of Utah indicated a couple of days ago that he wants now to hear from John Bolton. Senators Murkowski and Collins of Maine, respectively, edged toward the Romney position, where they had already been. And frankly, these are what you might call, with no aspersions cast, the usual suspects for this kind of defection. And so Lamar Alexander of Tennessee had previously indicated some potential openness to witnesses. And so if he were to make a formal break with that, then the Democrats would have the votes they need. But even assuming that there were to be a vote in favor of calling witnesses, that would not settle what would be the bigger question then, which would be which witnesses. And the Democrats, by insisting on witnesses, have to recognize that this could be something of a Pandora's box for them, because as much as they want to hear from John Bolton, they do not want to hear from Joe or Hunter Biden. And that could be the price exacted for the admission of live witnesses.
And speaking of Biden, this morning we're learning, this is from CNN, that Biden's people are reaching out to Amy Klobuchar's camp to join alliances before the Iowa caucuses because, in precincts where she's not viable, they want, they're worried about Bernie Sanders winning, and Biden wants the nomination because, the establishment Democrats think that he's the only one who could beat Trump. And have you heard anything like this?
Well, we could expect that if any such overtures are being made, they would be rejected by the Klobuchar campaign. Amy Klobuchar doesn't have to win Iowa in order to win or to be considered successful there. She just has to make a very good showing, let's say second or third there, to keep her campaign alive, to keep the spigot of donations pouring in. And so I don't think at this point anyway, the Klobuchar campaign would be ready to hitch itself to the Biden campaign. I think they still want to compete.
He is James Rosen. He's a Sinclair Broadcast Group reporter, New York Times bestselling author of The Strong Man, John Mitchell, and The Secrets of Watergate. James, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Oh, always great to be with you. Thank you, guys.
Take care.
Thanks. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Restore your youthful appearance with Salovin age-defying skincare from Bella Pelle Cosmetics. Packed with vitamin-rich ingredients, Salovin is a natural skincare line that leaves skin feeling hydrated, soft, and velvety smooth. Salovin uses the power of CBD, an effective age-defying skincare ingredient that can assist with reducing inflammation and improving skin hydration. Brighten and tighten with the eye cream, which helps reduce the appearance of fine lines, puffiness, and dark circles. The high-potency Lift and Firm Cream provides a CBD-infused pinnipeptide facelift in a bottle. The Salovin Soft Finishing Moisturizer Cream is excellent for all skin types, provides hydration, and helps restore a youthful glow. Each Salovin product is gluten-free, cruelty-free, and infused with 100% pure CBD from organic whole hemp plants farmed and made right here in the USA. This luxury collection of skincare is available right now at Salovin.com. That's SALEVIN.com. For a limited time, use code AM560 at checkout for 20% off your first purchase.
Hey, networks of the future are finally here, and Turnkey IT is ready to set up your business. Serverless networks help you save money, increase productivity, and minimize the headaches by not having to purchase or maintain a local server in your building. Unleash your businesses from having a server, and you can continue to have all the tools you rely on with Microsoft 365, including Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, and more. And with Turnkey IT, each user gets a terabyte of storage with all the files, folders, backup information that's ready to be shared securely within your organization. Can your business go serverless? Well, contact turnkey.pro today. They're offering a free 5-point assessment to determine if your business qualifies, and it takes just minutes. So just visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey IT is a lot like you, a locally owned business that understands the needs of other local businesses, and they specialize in working with businesses that employ 5 to 200 employees. So leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on what's important. Visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro. Pro.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear from Jim, who just completed a no-cost refinance with Townstone Financial.
I would recommend Townstone to anybody, and I do. I always knew where we were. I knew the dates. I knew when I had to have information. There was no fire drills. The overall experience was, off the charts. I've not experienced, there's very few companies that I've encountered that really deliver that customer experience, and that's what sets you guys apart, hands down.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, NMLS 136639, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org, Equal Housing Lender.
Right now, it's very important to boost your immune system so that you could not get a cold or the flu, especially because we're only at the end of January, and experts are predicting a terrible flu season this year. And the best way to stay healthy in 2020 is to boost your immune system by eating well, sleeping enough. And by eating well, that means getting enough fruits and veggies, which, admit it, you're not doing it on your own. And that's where Balance of Nature comes in. 6 capsules a day of Balance of Nature. You're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. You hear stories right here about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. And the next story could be yours, but you have to order Balance of Nature today. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself and make 2020 a year of better health. I recently started up again with Balance of Nature. I'm very glad I did, because I'm feeling better, sleeping better at night, and I have absolutely more energy. And right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. So start your journey to better health today. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Or simply go to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices, as low as $220 per eye, and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting LIKE to 350-350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for as little as $220 per eye. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 laser eye surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago.
What's that text again?
Text LIKE to 350-350. That's LIKE to 350-350 to schedule your free consultation today.
Hi, it's Amy Jacobson with a great way to start the new year. Get your best night's sleep ever with a MyPillow and a set of those new Giza cotton sheets from MyPillow. And you can still receive your second set of sheets for free. 2 for $1. And if you add anything else to your order, like MyPillows, mattress toppers, the new MyPillow towels, anything, those items will ship free too. And you can still get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, but you have to use the promo code Amy. You know, I just started sleeping with brand new Giza cotton sheets, and I'm sleeping so much better. Plus, the new MyPillow towels are extremely soft and absorbent. And all products have a 60-day money-back guarantee and a 10-year warranty. So go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special box and get 2 sets of Giza cotton sheets for the price of 1. That's MyPillow.com. Click the radio specials box and enter promo code Amy. Or call 800-489-0201, 800-489-0201. That's MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
Visit MyPillow.com.
A business needs to be built on a great foundation, one with the framework of integrity and tradition. Chapel Design Build delivers just that, providing design build and general contracting services using Butler Steel Building Systems. Their projects dot the landscape from O'Hare to DeKalb. You see their work in office and warehouse additions, recreational facilities, large-scale distribution centers, and manufacturing plants all over northern Illinois. Partnering with Butler Steel Buildings, Chapel Design Build has developed an extensive subcontractor base and valuable market knowledge to get your quality-built project completed on time and on budget, ensuring your project is a success for your business and one that you will be proud of for years to come. The goal is to build lasting relationships with their clients using buildings that last from Butler. Get started on your next building project built with Butler Steel. Visit ChapelDB.com. That's Chapel D as in design, B as in build.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll have a World War Z zombie apocalypse update on the coronavirus at 6:06.
Yay! And new information about what was missing from the helicopter that Kobe Bryant and 8 others were on. Surprising fact. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Marty Sandoval pleads guilty to charges in a red light cameras scheme. We're following 2 developing stories this morning. There's an investigation underway following a deadly crash in north suburban Niles, right at the Niles Police Department building this morning. Charges are pending following a deadly shooting outside a South Linwood roller skating rink. Police say one man shot another following a cell phone robbery. County coroner and the former mayor of Springfield killed in a plane crash yesterday. Cubs finalize a 1-year deal with an outfielder, and the Bulls take on the Pacers later on tonight. Clouds in your forecast, high of 33, a little bit of snow as well, and clouding in 25 overnight. WIND, Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
They're back in the air. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A plane load of Americans now en route to a military base in Riverside, California, after being flown out of Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak that's infected more than 6,000 people. 132 have died. The plane stopped for refueling in Anchorage, Alaska, where airport manager Jim Sesniak said,
"We've got the CDC and the state here to kind of help and make sure that everything works smoothly."
Now, all 201 American passengers had health screenings before the flight from China and after landing in Anchorage, monitored for any signs of the virus. They'll all be housed in California for a while under quarantine.
There are currently 5 confirmed coronavirus cases in 4 states right here in the U.S. 18 American airports and 2 border crossings are setting up quarantine stations as United Airlines and British Airways cancel flights to and from China.
That's Fox's Jackie Ibanez. After 6 days of opening arguments, the impeachment trial moves into a new phase. President Trump at a rally last night in New Jersey called it
the outrageous abuse of power that you see going on right now. They can't win an election.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, lead counsel Pat Cipollone closed the Republicans' case by arguing
the articles of impeachment fall far short of any constitutional standard, and they are dangerous.
Minority Leader Chuck Schumer still calling for former National Security Advisor John Bolton to testify.
I understand why Leader McConnell and President Trump wanted a very short, incredibly rushed trial.
Today, a question and answer period begins with senators writing queries on paper and sending them to the Chief Justice. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell told Republicans he doesn't yet have the votes to block additional witnesses and documents. Dave?
Rachel, 50 U.S. troops, it turns out, suffered concussions or traumatic brain injuries in that missile strike from Iran at a base housing Americans in Iraq. That was in retaliation for the U.S. strike that killed a top Iran official. 31 of those 50 troops are back on duty. America's listening to Fox News.
Clouds, a little bit of light snow popping up across the area. 29 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An investigation continues this morning following a deadly crash in Niles. Police say a vehicle crashed into a building at the Niles Police Department early this morning. That driver was killed. Milwaukee Avenue was closed in both directions at Toohey this morning, and Jim Talamonte has a follow-up in traffic in just a few minutes. Charges are pending following a deadly shooting in Linwood. Police say one man shot another following a cell phone robbery last night outside the Linwood Sports Center and roller rink. One person was taken into custody. An individual potentially infected with coronavirus has been isolated at a hospital in Porter County, Indiana. Indiana State Department of Health and the CDC say the individual was traveling through Porter County. Meantime, health officials in DuPage County are contacting individuals who may have been exposed to an Illinois woman infected with coronavirus. That woman is in good condition, being monitored at St. Alexis Medical Center. Former State Senator Marty Sandoval admits to taking more than $250,000 in bribes in a red light camera scheme. A longtime Chicago Democrat pleaded guilty yesterday.
I take full responsibility. I apologize to the people of Illinois and most importantly the constituents that that I've served over the last 17 years.
A high-ranking Chicago police official being stripped of his police powers. Interim Police Superintendent Charlie Beck made that decision yesterday following an investigation into allegations that Edward Wodnicki refused to stop when an Indiana State Police trooper tried to pull him over for speeding. Wodnicki had voluntarily demoted himself from the rank of commander to lieutenant before being relieved of police powers. Bears are bringing in what many consider to be the top Canadian Football League free agent this year, Trey Robertson. Bulls visit the Pacers later on tonight. College hoops last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies edged Ohio 61-59. The news is a service of Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. It's the Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Squares sweepstakes. Every score change during Super Bowl 54 will pay out $50,000. Plus, 2 grand prize winners will win $500,000 they could use toward their dream home. See rules and enter free at rocketmortgagesquares.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager is impressed with the president's record.
The list is extraordinary. Judges, Supreme Court justices, domestically, internationally, the economy, the unemployment rate. It's quite remarkable when you think about it. No one predicted this. I sit in awe of what he has accomplished.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Campbell here, serial entrepreneur. Sometimes we small business owners receive the ugly phone call. Mine came in my 4th year of business.
Hey Mike, it's Charlie, your printing press operator. I was drying our printing press rags at the laundromat and there's been an accident. The laundromat is on fire. I'm in a rescue squad truck heading to the hospital. The police said it's our fault and you have to come here right away.
I hung up the phone, sick to my stomach. Poor Charlie. Poor me. I was certain my business was over, but we survived. Now, 26 years later, Patriot Software helps small business owners avoid any ugly phone calls involving their payroll. We give free support with our payroll, which starts at just $10 a month. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
It's been extremely helpful, I'll tell you that. And when I hear the different stories on the radio and so forth, which is what started me on it myself, I know it's real because people's stories are very, they're saying the same thing. Oh, I didn't know, I didn't believe, I didn't, and then when I started it, it changed my life. So in a very good way. It doesn't cure, it does builds my immune system and helps me live a little bit healthier life. That's the bottom line.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Pros do it right to save 5% more on eligible purchases every day just by using your Lowe's Business Credit account. Do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Subject to credit approval, cannot be combined with other credit offers. Exclusions apply. U.S. only.
6:07 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time and Jim Telemonte.
You have a major closure at Niles this morning. A big wreck on Milwaukee Avenue has that roadway blocked off right now between Harts Road and Waukegan Road. Elmhurst crash on 83 at the Eisenhower. All the ramps and lanes are open right now. Edens to Kennedy still look fine. Inbound Eisenhower, traffic's tight 25th Avenue to Des Plaines Avenue. Looking at about 31 minutes from 390 to downtown. Down Stevenson, it's tight Cass to County Line and Cicero to Pulaski. 34 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's heavy from the Tri-State to County Line for this crash. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 20 minutes, 8094 to the Verge. I'm Chip Telemonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Clouds will stay consistent throughout this day. A bit of snow popping up and a high of 33. It's 31 right now at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, and your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. It's Dan and the girl in the bubble.
Yeah.
Welcome. And
you guys all laugh at me, and people laugh at me when I coach with a mask on.
You're wearing plastic gloves right now.
Well, yeah, because
surgical gloves.
Yeah, because no one is taking the precautions that I am. Mm-hmm. And you have been coughing. Sometimes you cough. You don't cover your mouth.
You know why?
You rub your eyes and
That's because
I touch your face,
I have
and then
coronavirus.
you touch the doorknob. So I'm just protecting myself and putting plastic gloves on. And I have a box here of plastic gloves that I'm going to use until I feel that it's safe.
Yeah.
They're out of the woods.
I mention I just flew in from Wuhan on Sunday night.
Well, you never know. You could have walked by somebody who flew in from Wuhan because it's direct contact and also indirect contact. So if somebody's infected with it, and they might not even be showing the symptoms, and parts of droplets of their saliva hit, say, this counter or an iPhone, and then I touch it,
you never
then
know
I
where
could get it.
Droplets of saliva are going to land.
Well, that was the name of your elementary school band, Droplets of Saliva.
It was.
Which I'm very fearful of right now.
That's right. You used to kill with, what was, no, I lost it. Oh, gosh. What's the Tears of Jupiter? No, what's the Drops of Jupiter?
Yeah.
What's the band?
She's back.
Train.
Train.
Oh, gosh. I'm a little slow on the uptake. You know, the coronavirus is getting to my mental faculties.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA. Then a quick question, because my point of contention this whole time is that the U.S., the State Department was taking U.S. diplomats and other Americans out of Wuhan, China, and they're going to just drop them off at the airport in San Francisco. Well, cooler heads and common sense prevailed.
And now we're going to just burn them?
No. So they got checked twice in Wuhan. They got checked by Chinese health officials and then by U.S. officials that were in Wuhan. Mm-hmm. Got on the plane, quote unquote, stopped to refuel in Anchorage, which I don't really buy that, but they said they had to refuel in Anchorage, where they tested them again. And now, as we speak, all 204 passengers cleared that third screening and are on their way to a military base, not a civilian airport. God bless the smart government. And they're going to be housed there, kind of in quarantine, kind of in camps for 14 days to make sure that we're all safe.
At which time they'll be disposed of.
No, it was if they show signs of the virus, then that's going to happen. But Health Secretary Alex Azar said we are not out of the woods yet. And there is a reason why I'm acting crazy. And thank God for this man, because he tells the truth.
Americans should know that this is a potentially very serious public health threat. This is a very fast-moving, constantly changing situation.
Mm-hmm. And right now, the number of cases of coronavirus has surpassed SARS. Now, less people have died. Only 132 have died. With SARS, it was like 852 or something. Not that I'm watching this. And now do you care? Does anybody care now? Does everybody think that our government was telling us the truth? Why do you think no doctors and anyone from the health department won't come on this show? Because they're trying to make sure that there's no panic with the American people, with Chicagoans.
Yeah, well, I mean, you do have people that are accessing information online to, figure out what's going on.
We better check with a doctor.
Welcome to Virtual Doctor from the makers of Dragon Quest and Sim Sandwich. Enter symptoms now.
Let's see. Crusty sores?
Yes.
Horrible wailing?
Yes. Yes.
Any exposure to unsanitary conditions? Duh, we're pigs. Okay, and diagnose.
You've got leprosy.
Well, just so you know, there's still 1,000 Americans in Wuhan who are trying to get home, and it was just heartbreaking because NBC News was there as a mother and her little daughter had to leave Dad because there wasn't enough room on the plane for Dad. It was like watching the Titanic all over again. Near, far, and then she gives him a big juicy kiss, in the airport. And I'm like,
And then-
don't do that. Just fist bump or do something. Don't say goodbye to your husband that
Then
way.
he disappeared below the surface of the
No,
sea?
then
or-
he we'll get his audio. It was so sad that he had to say goodbye to his wife and daughter, and now he's seeking help from the consulate in the UK to try and get out of Wuhan because there's no more room.
He's been sent to one of those Amy Jacobson gulags. Is that where is
no,
he?
He's stuck in Wuhan. He had to watch his daughter and wife get on the plane. There was no room for
Are they ever going to be reunited?
I don't know, Dan. I
Oh my God! No, you go on without me, because I can just get another plane as soon as I'm cleared to fly.
It's too much.
Oh boy, that is.
And by the way, these
emotional.
masks that I bought, the N95, which is the top of the line.
Oh, sure.
Sold out in Seattle and in other cities and on Amazon.
Bought that right off the showroom floor, huh?
Look at this bad boy.
Oh.
And I have replacement pads, too, in case it gets dirty, which it's
Yeah.
already gotten dirty because I wore it during a basketball game
You're
yesterday.
going to do a
and the
hell
day
of a
before.
Bane impersonation when you're coaching
That's
girls
what
basketball.
they call me, Coach Bane.
Yeah.
And I didn't understand. Who is Bane?
They're not complimenting you.
Some of them looked at me like, what is up with that?
You don't know.
And I said, I don't care.
He was one of the villains in Batman movie.
Oh. They're calling me Coach Bane. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Yeah, you do a mean Thomas Hardy. Lucy in Lowell, Indiana, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, good morning. Say, you should check those face masks,
Mm-hmm.
see if they're made in China. One of the things they told us about the AIDS virus was that it could also survive on surfaces. So maybe we should start looking at all the things that are imported from China.
Well, they actually are. That's funny
Thanks
you
for the
should
call,
bring that up,
Lucy.
Lucy, because they are seeing whether or not the virus could survive on goods that are heading to the United States.
You may be wearing a Chinese-made mask that's already been infected with the coronavirus. Did
Don't
you
say
think about that?
Don't say that. This was made in Thailand, I believe, but there are cases of the coronavirus in Thailand
And-
and in 15 other countries.
And the symptoms that are present if you have coronavirus basically mimic the flu, right?
Exactly. Fever, cough, heavy trouble breathing. And again, the best way you can protect yourself, protect your eyes.
Right, full
your
body
mouth,
condom.
full
like
body
Amy's
condom,
wearing.
gloves, and wash your hands. Hand sanitizer isn't enough. And if you get a mask, buy the N95 mask.
And if you if you get a mask, you may want to consult a mental health professional as well.
Listen, 2,000 Starbucks stores have closed in China. They're not making everything. Everybody's
I know,
quarantined
China.
in their house. But
Yeah.
even flights, flights from London, America, they are not going into China right now. There's certain flights that are going to Beijing, but Trump is thinking about shutting that down too. Believe it or not.
Robert in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I just my brother flies constantly to China. Now he doesn't, but the lady came back from China with 280 people on board. She was highly contagious when she flew back. So you got to think about it. You're breathing everyone's air over and over and over and over again. So on a minimum, maybe 10 people got infected. And where are they now in Chicago? Who knows?
Well, that's
Take
the
10
problem.
people times 10 people times 10 people, and you have an epidemic.
Yeah, just like with the flu.
Just a bit of sunshine for this morning.
Yeah.
See, Robert's worried. I can tell.
Okay, just like with the flu every winter, right? Patrick in Schaumburg.
If I were Amy, I would be very concerned about those little small packages of soy sauce you get in the Chinese restaurants. That may be the source of the infection.
That's how they're transporting it. All right,
I
thanks for the
think-
call, Patrick. On a serious note, there is this piece by Dr. Scott Gottlieb, who and a colleague of his in the Wall Street Journal, that does provide some substantive steps that policymakers and government should be considering in terms of how to prevent the spread of this. Obviously, you don't want it to spread. You just want to
No.
be measured about it.
And thank goodness the woman from Chicago who has the coronavirus, who's being housed at a hospital in Hoffman Estates next to Fields, is in good condition
Yeah.
still. So that's good. And she was treating her father, which we've learned has had they think the coronavirus.
Experience with the 2009 H1N1 flu pandemic suggests that emergency measures such as school closures and border screening in place at 20 U.S. airports can at most buy time. There's 4 additional measures they suggest. The most important public health tool for containment is the identification and isolation of cases to break the chain of the spread. The problem is right now, healthcare providers are relying on this PCR test that's conducted only at CDC. It can be very accurate, but it requires sending patient samples out to CDC, so it takes at least a couple of days to receive the test results. One thing they suggest with respect to this is government focusing on working with private industry to develop easy-to-use rapid diagnostic tests that can be made available to healthcare providers. Second, focus on the flu. The incidence of flu and other respiratory viral infection cases is high right now in the U.S. It isn't too late to boost flu vaccination efforts, which would reduce the burden that influenza puts on doctors and hospitals.
Have you gotten a flu shot yet?
No.
Are you going to get one? Have you ever had one?
I have had. I've done like as a stunt on radio shows before.
Before you got waterboard, or was that after?
Yeah. No, I didn't quite take it that
you're
far.
on-air colonoscopy? Yeah.
Right, yeah. Third, hospitals need to prepare for an influx of patients who will need to be isolated. And we talked about this earlier in the week about hospitals being prepared and making sure that they don't become incubators for the spread of the virus. And then finally, last thing, government agencies, medical product developers, public-private partnerships have to start developing vaccines and therapies, and they just go on to talk about that. So, I mean, there's a couple of concrete steps that you can take now, and then there's sort of the rapid response of medical innovation that may
hopefully help.
But it's sort of a down-the-road issue. I mean, it's a combination here, but just learning from previous viruses that we've dealt with on a global scale, and we've talked, I mean, from swine flu to H1N1 to
SARS.
I mean,
Ebola.
Yeah, Zika.
Oh, that's right.
So, I mean, you know, and not everybody in America had a shrunk head because some American was in Central America, the Zika virus.
Well, you don't want to get bit by a mosquito, especially if you're pregnant. But also, just listen to what they're doing in Australia this morning. They're taking all the quarantined citizens from Wuhan to a remote island where they're going to have to stay for 3 weeks. And it looks like, you know, a Japanese internment camp. I mean, it looks, but that's the choice. If they wanted to leave Wuhan, that was the thing. You have to go to this island for 2 weeks, and then we'll let you back home. And when they landed in Anchorage, they shut down the airport, and they said that they had a different air system that they shut off from the other half of the airport in case it's airborne.
So my question is, when are you going to stop wearing surgical gloves?
Never. Well,
this is
until, so it's supposed to reach its peak in mid-February. By week 2 of February, Chinese officials say then we'll know the exact amount of people who are infected and where we go from here. But people are going to be held in their homes and not be allowed on the streets in Wuhan, China. That's 11 million people. Can you imagine if that happened in Chicago? Can you imagine if we shut down O'Hare or Midway and the train system, public transportation, and if you went on the highway, they told you to turn around and go home?
All right.
It would be panic, mass panic.
All right, Vader, whatever you say.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
We live in a world driven by information where we hear about data privacy concerns and high-profile data breaches nearly every week. Organizations constantly face new information governance obligations like GDPR and the California Consumer Privacy Act. Take control of your documents and data with Governance Rules as a Service from IDT and Highland on Base. Now, with the help of IDT and Highland on Base, you can achieve both compliance and peace of mind by subscribing to the industry's leading retention, privacy, and data compliance platform, Governance Rules as a Service. It's backed by an international network of law firms across 150-plus jurisdictions and will help your organization adhere to the latest information governance rules from around the world. Automate electronic document management, retention, disposition, and document destruction, and reduce unnecessary exposure to data breaches, avoiding costly fines while saving on information storage costs.
Set up a consultation today. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4, IDT.com. Or call 877-SCAN-IDT. IDT, putting paper in its place.
God, I'm seeing now that they brought the American citizens home on a Boeing 747. Rip out the first-class seats and put people on the floor. I mean, let's not be selfish here. Can you imagine you get the first-class seat on a plane and people are being torn away from their families? I just think it's rude. Sorry. All right, turnkey.
That's good. It's a kinder, gentler gulag that you want to have for these people. It's nice.
First class, please. Would you like a warm towel, sir? Networks for the future are finally here, and Turnkey IT is ready to set up your business. Serverless networks help you save money, increase productivity, and minimize the headaches by not having to purchase or maintain a local server in your building. Unleash your business's from having a server. And when you do, you'll continue to have all the tools you rely on with Microsoft 365, including Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, and more. And with Turnkey IT, each user gets a terabyte of storage with all files and folders stored, backed up, and ready to be shared securely within your organization. Can your business go serverless? Well, Turnkey IT is offering a free 5-point assessment to determine if your business qualifies in just a few minutes. So visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro. Leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on what's important. Visit turnkey.pro.
What would you do if you knew there was a place to learn step-by-step strategies designed to help you make the right moves inside the financial markets? A place to develop skills that can help you generate income and build confidence toward your retirement goals. At Online Trading Academy, we know there's an investor in all of us, and we know how to teach people just like you the skills and knowledge that could empower you to take better control of your financial future. Start by taking our free introductory class at a location near you. Learn about the biggest mistakes investors make and how you can learn to avoid them. Plus, you'll learn strategies that could help you make your money work harder for you. For over 20 years, Online Trading Academy has been teaching students skills designed to help them learn to invest with the confidence of the pros.
Call 844-778-7132 for 2 free tickets to a class in your area and receive our Professional Insiders Kit with lessons from our top instructors just for attending. That's 844-778-7132. 844-778-7132 or visit otaclass.com.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a holistic kind of guy, my whole life. And I just felt like you're supposed to hurt. You're supposed to ache. You're supposed to feel like, you're getting old. But that's not the case. I don't feel that way anymore. It's been because of this product. And the biggest thing is I don't get up to go to the bathroom like I did before. I seem to get a better night's sleep. I really do. I just think, this Balance of Nature just took it to the next level.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Time now for another reason why Dan Proft is single.
Yeah, this comes to us from the Slate.com advice column. Oh, yeah.
A love advice column? Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
How to Do It is Slate's sex advice column. And Rich Juzwiak is the, columnist, dispenses the advice. Dear How to Do It, I'm a cis woman in a kind of classic millennial sex pickle.
Okay, that just sounds weird.
I'm really repelled by heterosexuality politically and personally, but I'm also really into male appendages. I've been thinking maybe I should look for bi dudes or bi-curious gay dudes, but I'm not sure how best to do that. Rich, what would you think of a woman being on Grindr or Scruff? Some of these are gay apps or something.
Yes.
I do want to be respectful of gay men's spaces and not horn in where I'm not welcome, but I really would love to find a Veers guy with queer politics who would be up for casually dating a woman. What do you think? If you were me, where would you look? Sign Radical. I'm a heterosexual woman who's politically opposed to heterosexuality.
This just sounds like a hot mess.
Who do I date? Are you a heterosexual who's opposed to your own heterosexuality and confused on who you should date? Well, that's
Look
why
no further.
Slate.com has a columnist for you. Now, the columnist responds, really responds. Look at the, really? All this?
all that?
For that question? Where would you look? How about the scripture? No, he doesn't go there. I'm not sure I'd call this a classic millennial sex pickle. Me neither. Classic millennial sex pickle. Didn't I see them open for Violent Femmes back at Papa? I'd like to hear more about your particular flavor of self-flagellating politics, but I'll answer the question you actually asked. A general rule of thumb that I wish more people followed is if you enter a space as someone who is not a member of the demographic for which said space was established, you should behave yourself. Don't try to make something that has been designed to not be to be not about you, about you. The world is not your bachelorette party. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He also suggests that, basically gives her that a girl, good luck out there. Ultimately, I feel you're going to end up with some puppy dog of a straight guy who's read some theory here and there anyway. I mean, by all means, have fun until you find him. But I'd put money on that being where this is going. I'd suggest as much. I think this is going to be someone who winds up with some, she's gonna like either wind up with or emasculate some dude that applauds when she puts on her pea hat to go out to an anti-Trump march.
I have another story of why you're single. But this might be too
You
gross.
think it's going to be better than this?
I don't know. Are you ready?
Heterosexual woman who's politically opposed to her own heterosexuality. That's tough to beat.
Well, a woman in Arizona, this is the first of its kind. She had to have emergency surgery after a vibrator got stuck in her bladder. Oh! So she and her boyfriend were out to dinner.
With that.
Well, she had the vibrator necklace. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's just a tiny little vibrator that you wear around your neck. I know, guys, don't look at me. I don't have one, but they're out there, okay?
I have not heard of that.
So it's sex toy on a string. We wear a necklace, and she
Is
and her
that
boyfriend.
a vibrator necklace you're wearing? Yeah, my mom gave it to me. Oh, it's lovely.
For Christmas.
Yeah.
It was a grab bag gift. So she was out to dinner with her boyfriend. This is in Mesa, Arizona. They came back and were, using the necklace, and it accidentally slipped into her urethra, her bladder. And this is the picture. Look at this is not made up. Look at that's the X-ray of it stuck inside her bladder. The doctor said this is first of its kind. She said every time it went off, it was like my entire abdomen was vibrating, so it was still vibrating. She said this is what happened. I moved and out of nowhere, I felt a really sharp pain, and the vibrator got into her bladder. And the doctors have never seen anything like it. Her OBGYN was called in. This is in Arizona. And they had to perform a 4-hour operation to get the vibrator out of her bladder. Now,
she didn't. She wanted it removed.
Oh, well, yeah. She wanted to go like, hi, how are you?
It reminds me of those infomercials, like the band that you put around your stomach and it like the electric impulses to shock your muscles. And that's how you lose weight when you're just lying around eating a cheeseburger.
Dr. Marchin, who performed the surgery, quote, I've never seen a case like this in my entire career. And as for the woman, she wants to remain anonymous, but she says she's done using sex toys. Okay?
Oh, great. She's available, guys.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
All right, we have to get back to serious matters like the impeachment trial. We're going to talk to former federal prosecutor George Perry about witnesses and how the Senate would navigate executive privilege if Bolton were called to testify at 6:36.
So now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
29 degrees, cloudy skies, and a bit of snow falling in spots. The Senate impeachment trial of President Trump could heat up today when senators begin asking questions of House Democrat impeachment managers and the president's defense team. White House counsel Pat Cipollone pleased with the way the president's team presented their case.
All you need in this case is the Constitution and your common sense.
California Representative Adam Schiff says former National Security Advisor John Bolton must be called to testify. Plane carrying more than 200 Americans from the Chinese city where the coronavirus outbreak began is on its way to a military airbase in Southern California. The plane refueled in Alaska at Ted Stevens Anchorage International Airport overnight, where passengers were screened again. President Trump pushing to give Israel sovereignty over much of the Jordan Valley in the Middle East peace plan he unveiled yesterday.
Our plan is 80 pages and is the most detailed proposal ever put forward by far.
The president and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu made that joint announcement yesterday at the White House. The skincare and hygiene company that makes Purell hand sanitizer says it will be forced to tone it down in its marketing claims. The Ohio-based company Gojo, who owns Purell, says it will stop saying the product can protect against the flu and Ebola. Federal regulators told Gojo to stop making the planes. They have not been tested. Series of strong earthquakes rattling the Caribbean. Yesterday's earthquake was very powerful, a 7.7 magnitude quake. An investigation continues following a deadly crash in Niles as a vehicle crashed into the Niles Police Department building this morning. The driver killed. Charges are pending following a deadly shooting in Linwood outside of the Linwood Sports Center and Roller Rink. The young teen victim died at a nearby hospital. Well, not everyone thinks an Ohio pizza shop's billboard is funny. The roadside ad for East of Chicago Pizza in Barberton, Ohio, birthplace of Bo Schembechler, reads, "Fat people are harder to kidnap," end quote. Owner Jeremy Clemenson says he's been using funny slogans on his billboards for months, like if it's not there in 30 minutes, move closer. While Clemenson said his latest ad was just supposed to be a joke, at least one person complained. Bears bringing in what many consider to be the top Canadian Football League free agent this year, CFL All-Star cornerback Trey Robertson. Night DePaul's at Seton Hall, Notre Dame hosting Wake Forest in the Valley, Loyola visiting SIU. Last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies in the MAC trimmed Ohio 61-59. The news service of Staples, with ink and toner in stock and at low prices. This week, get 25% back in rewards when you spend $75 or more on ink or $200 on toner. Staples, there's a whole lot more in store. In-store only. Offer ends 2/1/20. See store or staples.com/25 in rewards for details. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity doesn't see much difference in the Democratic frontrunners.
You got Bernie Sanders now. Volunteers are being told to zero in on the weaknesses of fellow socialist Elizabeth Warren. My personal opinion is there's not really a dime's worth of difference between the two of them. They're both radical, extreme, left-wing socialists that want Medicare for all and would want the Green New Deal.
The Sean Hannity Show, afternoons at 2, right before Steve Cortez at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
I know we have a lot of shooting enthusiasts listening right now. This is Dan Proft, and I want to tell you about a truly special, family-friendly private shooting facility. And I should know, I'm a member of Aurora Sportsman's Club. Here's David Lombardo, the club's past president and On Target Radio co-host.
Thanks, Dan. ASC has 285 acres composed of 4 shooting complexes for a total of 22 ranges from 50 feet to 600 yards with more in development. Our family memberships allow drawing from the holster, moving and shooting steel. Our 2 shotgun complexes offer wobble trap, double trap, 2 standard trap fields, 2 skeet fields, 5 stand, and one of the most challenging sporting clays courses in the Midwest. Additionally, we offer fishing and hunting. In March and April, we're holding our annual family membership drive.
It sure sounds good to me, David. How do they get more information?
Visit aurorasc.org or call 815-264-9000. That's aurorasc.org for a better shooting experience. aurorasc.org.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I haven't heard any negative feedback from any of my patients who have been taking the product. I look at Balance of Nature and I look what it's doing for me as I've started taking it, and for the patients that I have that are taking it, it's been phenomenal.
In my practice, I was getting to the point where I couldn't have the strength to see that many patients anymore, and I was introduced to the fruits and veggies. Just slowly, my strength started to come back, and it was because of the good nutrition. I can't say enough good for Balance of Nature and what it's done for me. I recommend it to everybody.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
It's open enrollment season, and MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that saves most families about $500 a month. Google MediShare and see if it is a fit for you.
6:37. Let's get a check of the roads this morning in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
In Niles, Milwaukee Avenue remains closed between Harts and Waukegan Road. This is near Toohey due to a major early morning collision. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Canfield. It's 26 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 22. Inbound Eden's little tight Foster to the junction. Inbound Eisenhower, delays start at Mannheim. 34 minutes, 390 to downtown. Outbound 29. Northbound I-55, traffic slow 53 to 355. Lamont Road to County Line and Cicero to Pulaski. 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 after an earlier crash at County Line. Ryan runs 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford both 23 minutes from I-80 to the Verge. Tollway traffic is light. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Considerably cloudy today. Spotty snow showers falling across the area. High 33. 31 officially at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, White House counsel Pat Cipollone closed the show yesterday with respect to the White House defense team's opening argument and, God willing, closing argument. We'll get into the question and answer phase today, of course. And I thought his choice to remind senators of the words of some of the House managers from 20 years ago was a good one. He played video of Jerry Nadler, Zoe Lofgren, two of the House managers, as well as Ed Markey from Massachusetts, now a senator, Bob Menendez from New Jersey, and, of course, the celebrated Minority Leader Pagliacci, Chuck Schumer. Here's what those five had to say just 20 years ago when it came to impeachment.
There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment supported by one of our major political parties and opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will produce the divisiveness and bitterness in our politics for years to come and will call into question the very legitimacy of our political institutions.
This is unfair to the American people. By these actions, you would undo the free election that expressed the will of the American people in 1996. In so doing, you will damage the faith the American people have in this institution and in the American democracy. You will set the dangerous precedent that the certainty of presidential terms, which has so benefited our wonderful America, will be replaced by the partisan use of impeachment. Future presidents will face election, then litigation, then impeachment. The power of the president will diminish in the face of the Congress, a phenomenon much feared by the founding fathers.
This is a constitutional amendment that we are debating, not an impeachment resolution. The Republicans are crossing out the impeachment standard of high crimes and misdemeanors, and they are inserting the words any crime or misdemeanor. We are permitting a constitutional coup d'etat, which will haunt this body and our country forever.
I warn my colleagues that you will reap the bitter harvest of the unfair partisan seeds you sowed today. The constitutional provision for impeachment is a way to protect our government and our citizens, not another weapon in the political arsenal.
I expect history will show that we've lowered the bar on impeachment so much. We have broken the seal on this extreme penalty so cavalierly that it will be used as a routine tool to fight political battles. My fear is that when a Republican wins the White House, Democrats will demand payback.
And so payback is where we're at, right, Senator Schumer? Mr. Self-Fulfilling Prophecy. Cipollone went on to emphasize a number of points that were made by House Democrats and Senate Democrats 20 years ago, but focus in on, this thing we have coming up in November.
What they are asking you to do is to throw out a successful president on the eve of an election with no basis and in violation of the Constitution. It would dangerously change our country and weaken forever all of our democratic institutions. You all know that's not in the interest of the American people. Why not trust the American people with this decision? Why tear up their ballots? Why tear up every ballot across this country? You can't do that. They've repeatedly said over and over again, a quote from Benjamin Franklin, it's a republic. if you can keep it. And every time I heard it, I said to myself, it's a republic if they let us keep it.
For more on this, we're pleased to be joined again by George Perry, former federal and state prosecutor, regular contributor to the Philadelphia Inquirer. He blogs at knowledgeisgood.net. George, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, glad to be here.
So now that both sides have presented their cases, what's your review of the strength of the respective arguments?
I think the president's lawyers have totally destroyed and deconstructed the House manager's case. There is no case, and I thought the manner in which the president's lawyers went about their arguments was really very effective, because not only in the summation that you just played by Mr. Cipollone, throughout their efforts, they used statements by people like Adam Schiff and Jerry Nadler. They turned them around and demonstrated that Schiff was just a flat-out liar, and that Schiff and Nadler and the other House managers had selectively presented evidence and hid other evidence from the Senate. And I just thought that it was a very, very effective presentation by them. And in front of a regular jury, that kind of revelation that the prosecutor had been hiding evidence that was favorable to the defense would be absolutely conclusive. Of course, we don't have a regular jury here of disinterested people. We have a jury that consists of people who have a direct stake in the outcome of the litigation. But still, I thought it was a very, very effective presentation by the president's lawyers.
Well, do you think it was effective enough to stop Republican senators from voting for witnesses? Because right now, Mitch McConnell doesn't have the votes to block witnesses.
Yeah, look, let me put your question this way. Does Mitt Romney have a spine, or will he grow a pair and do the right thing? Who knows? I mean, all of this comes down, you've got like 4 squishy Republican senators who are going to analyze this thing strictly in terms of what is best politically for themselves. Right. And, you know, the answer to that is something that only they know. It's entirely possible, however, that the senator from West Virginia, Manchin, which is coal country and where Trump is very popular, and the senator from Alabama, Jones, where Trump is also very popular, they may be peeled off by the Republicans. So whether or not they're going to be witnesses, it's anybody's guess.
Let's speaking of the prospect, though, and particularly John Bolton, since that's the emphasis of the Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
How does John Bolton testify and work around any assertions of executive privilege that President Trump may make regarding his testimony? If that's not going to be adjudicated by a court, how is that going to be navigated by the court being the Senate?
Well, in regard to Christine Blasey Bolton, he's already let the cat out of the bag. I mean, he's written this book, apparently, and he's already violated the president's confidence, the executive privilege as such. So it's kind of like trying to, lock up the barn door after the cow's gotten out. He could very easily come in and testify. My whole point with Bolton is, if he says everything that they claim he said, so what?
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that. But I still, this notion of executive privilege, right? They chose not to litigate it. The House Democrats chose not to litigate it. The president still possesses it. The U.S. v. Nixon makes clear that it does exist. It just didn't exist in the holistic way that Richard Nixon wanted it to exist with respect to his conduct. But it is a real thing. And so how can it just be waved off by subpoenaing John Bolton if there's questions or topic areas that the president says, I'm asserting my executive privilege here. He can't discuss these things. The senators can just vote to override the president's executive privilege. John Roberts can just can be a one-man high court and make a decision about where the executive privilege begins and ends. Doesn't that present a complication?
Well, it does, and it would have to be litigated, and it would have to be litigated before the full court. Roberts can't sit as a one-man body to resolve the ultimate issue of executive privilege under these circumstances. So, of course, it could be litigated. But how long will that take?
Well, right, and so
of course you have to. If you keep your eye focused on the real goal here, what the Democrats want to do is drag this out as long as they can, and bring in as many witnesses as they can, because their purpose isn't to remove the president. Their purpose is to dirty up Trump as much as possible and to keep this show alive and going for as long as possible.
Well, I
you're
get
going to
that.
have to litigate it.
Yeah, see, and this is what I wanted to get to with you as a prosecutor, because I don't think this is a point that Republicans have been making about the prospect of John Bolton testifying, and they should be making it, because this is not like, okay, you get one witness and we get one witness and it'll extend the thing for a week. No. If the president exerts his executive privilege, as he did with respect to Bolton's potential testifying in the House, then this could go on for months as it winds its way through, the high court, really. I mean, it could go on for a long time. Yeah. You would think that would get expedited hearing before the court, but still, this extends this whole matter for a significant period of time, and that should be communicated by Republicans to other, dumb Republicans as well as to the American people.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of that's true. And it would be heard on an expedited basis, especially since you got the Chief Justice of the United States sitting in the middle of this trial. I'm sure he could get the thing heard on an expedited basis. But it would have to be a decision made by the entire court. And everything we know about executive privilege, there's no way in the world that Bolton himself should be allowed to testify to conversations that he had with the president as the president's national security advisor.
Right.
That's clear.
Right.
But here we have a manuscript. So what if they wanted to present the manuscript? I suppose the manuscript is being vetted for national security purposes. I suppose you could say, well, let's put an embargo on the manuscript. All of that is perfectly valid and perfectly true, but of course it gives rise to the smear by the Democrats that any efforts to honor the Constitution and to preserve executive privilege for the sake of the office of the president, not for the sake of Trump, but just for the office, all of that is nothing but a cover-up. And that will be the argument that they will make, not only in regard to Bolton, but any other witness that they wanted to call, if at any point, and by the way, there's no way that this would stop just with Bolton. The Democrats will keep coming up with names and proposing witness after witness after witness, and finally there would come a point when the Republicans would say, no, that's enough, and then they'll still be accused of a cover-up.
Same argument, right.
Do you think John Bolton is secretly a Democrat? I mean, I don't understand what happened to him. I don't agree with the book. Well, I'm sorry. What did you say?
He's just an angry guy. Look, he got fired. When we used to investigate, business enterprises, we would start with, okay, who just got fired? That'll be a good source. And, Bolton got fired. And one of the reasons he got fired was because he was leaking information. So, yeah, John Bolton, is got good, solid conservative credentials, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't have an axe to grind. And I think he's just been lying in wait. And this idea that, he didn't put anything out there. No, he's written a book, which I don't think if the book contains conversations with the president on confidential matters, then I don't think he should have written the book in the first place. But he sent it over to be vetted by the national security apparatus, which leaks like a sieve. So he had to know that this was going to come out in public when he sent that manuscript over to be reviewed. And the timing of that, to me, is highly suspicious.
He is George Perry, former federal and state prosecutor, regular contributor to the Philadelphia Inquirer, blogs over at knowledgeisgood.net. George Perry, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Consumer confidence up again. Ford recalls F-150s in Canada, but not in the United States. And the federal budget deficit soars. Those stories next. Albert Einstein once said the only way to predict the future is to look at the past. History proves financial markets have patterns. What goes up must eventually come down. Lou Dobbs here, and the market is up, higher than it's ever been in history. But it may not stay that high without an eventual adjustment. And if it comes down, stocks could tumble quickly. Don't wait to protect your money until it's too late. Your entire retirement portfolio could be at risk in one day. My advice? Visit GoldIRAKit.com and learn how Goldco feels you can protect and secure your retirement savings now. Get a free Gold IRA kit from Goldco by visiting GoldIRAKit.com and fill out a simple form. The folks at Goldco will help you set up a self-directed IRA that puts you in control of your money. Just call 855-815-GOLD or go to GoldIRAKit.com today. Consumer confidence showing a strong gain in January thanks to the strong job market. Confidence surveys closely followed for indications about whether consumers remain in a buying mood. Ford recalling its popular F-150 pickup in Canada to fix a problem with electric tailgate latches. Identical trucks in the United States not being recalled. With the Federal Reserve poised to announce possible action on interest rates today, President Trump pushing for lower interest rates. On Twitter, he says, quote, the Fed should get smart and lower rates. The Congressional Budget Office says the budget deficit is likely to surpass $1 trillion this year despite a healthy economy. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 o'clock and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Message and data rates may apply. Please don't text while driving.
If you've been in business more than 20 minutes, you've probably printed your logo on all kinds of promotional products. We all know logos work because they're on everything from the top of skyscrapers to the bottom of shoes. Ever wondered why? Or how to best use your logo to grow your business? Let us show you today for free. We're 4imprint, promotional product experts at your service. We're giving away the latest issue of Amplify, the digital magazine that reveals promotional product success stories absolutely free to everyone who texts BOOST to 88988. At 4imprint, we make your logo look perfect on thousands of promotional items. With our 100% guarantee, it'll be right the first time, on time, every time. Your free e-magazine will reveal invaluable insights that can attract new customers, build your brand, and grow your business. Get the latest issue of Amplify absolutely free by texting BOOST to 88988. That's BOOST to 88988.
Hey, have you heard that ransomware attacks have increased by 500% this year?
Yeah, cybercriminals are targeting all types of businesses, encrypting their data and holding it hostage unless they pay up.
What if we're their next victim?
Don't worry, we have Barracuda to detect, prevent, and recover from ransomware and other advanced threats.
So we're secured?
Absolutely. We'll pay no ransom and keep this business up and running.
That's a relief.
Protect your business at Barracuda.com. Barracuda, your journey secured.
Attention maintenance coordinators. Fans are a vital part of your business's building or factory. You've got to keep the air moving. But when they break down or need service, who can you call? Vans Industrial repair all types of fans, from small wall fans to large air movers.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial.
Fan repair is one of many services that Vans offers. If you have a fan with a damaged shaft, bearing, impeller, or housing, we can help. And if you need a new fan, we handle all major brands and can provide engineering assistance to properly size your new fan. Our crews can respond to your emergencies or routine maintenance and will have your fan back up and running fast. And when we're done repairing your fan, we can also dynamically balance it so it runs smooth for years to come.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level, to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND to get your fan repaired today. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
When it's cold outside, you can dress for it. But when your furnace gives out, hey, a blanket fort can only do so much. So call your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. We'll replace your old furnace with a new high-efficiency one. And that beats a bunch of blankets any day. Right now, cozy up to big savings on a complete heating system. Call 855-1-HOUR.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
It's a real-world reality. Gunshots. Sometimes the results are tragic. Now, there's gunshot detection technology and active shooter countermeasure technology available right now. And it was developed for the U.S. government.
Hey, this is Mike Walsh. My company is Walsh Wireless. We are the Chicagoland dealer for gunshot detection technology. This gunshot detection system is nothing short of amazing, and it is highly effective. Who uses it? Government, healthcare, education, houses of worship, entertainment, and a lot more. There are no false positives, and that's good. The system can identify the caliber of the gun, so law enforcement can be prepared. This gunshot detection system can also work with your current security system to do a lockdown, instant notification, and more. Identify the gunshot and cut down response time. You need this. Gunshot detection technology from Walsh Wireless. Cost-effective solution to counter a real-world reality.
Financing available. Go to walshwireless.com. A proud IBEW contractor. walshwireless.com.
WIND, Chicago. Going to California. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 201 American passengers who were flown out of Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the coronavirus outbreak, are now en route to a military base in Riverside where they'll be quarantined. They had a stopover in Anchorage, Alaska, isolated.
It's a segregated area that's not available to the public. It's an area that's specifically kind of designed for this kind of an incident.
Airport manager Jim Sesniak in Anchorage, after another round of health screenings to be sure no one had the virus, the plane took off for California. In China, it's up to nearly 6,000 people infected. 132 have died. President Trump took more shots at impeachment as a hoax, calling Democrats demented at a rally last night in New Jersey.
They can't win an election, so they're trying to steal an election. It's not happening, folks. It's not happening.
That was hours after his legal team wrapped up arguments at the trial, calling impeachment dangerous, urging senators to acquit. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, counsel for both sides will be on the spot today as a 16-hour question and answer period begins. This is a fight over additional witnesses and documents intensifies. GOP Senator Mitt Romney says he'd like to hear from former National Security Advisor John Bolton.
Having each side be able to choose a witness or maybe more than one witness on a paired basis, it has some merit.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell told members he may not be able to stop the calling of additional witnesses. Democrats are rejecting the idea of senators reviewing a manuscript of Bolton's upcoming book in a classified setting. Dave?
Rachel, the president just fired off 2 tweets ranting against John Bolton. That he begged for a job, then made many mistakes of judgment and was fired. He wrote, frankly, because if he listened to Bolton, we would be in World War VI by now. The president also called the upcoming Bolton book nasty and untrue. In it, Bolton claims the president did delay aid to Ukraine in order to get an investigation into the Bidens, which is why Democrats say he was impeached. America's listening to Fox News.
In Chicago, we have clouds, a bit of snow in the area, 29 degrees. At 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Several developing stories we're following this morning. One in Niles, where an investigation is underway after a vehicle crashed into the Niles Police Department early this morning. The driver was killed. Charges are pending following a deadly shooting in Linwood. One man was shot, another over a cell phone last night outside the Linwood Sport Center and roller skating rink. That victim died at a nearby hospital. One person has been taken into custody. An individual potentially infected with coronavirus is isolated at a hospital in Porter County, Indiana. The Indiana State Department of Health and the Porter County Health Department say the individual was traveling through the county. Officials are awaiting the results of lab testing by the CDC. Former State Senator Marty Sandoval admits to taking more than $250,000 in bribes in a red light camera scheme. The longtime Chicago Democrat pled guilty yesterday to bribery and tax charges and agreed to cooperate in a widening federal investigation of public corruption.
I take full responsibility. I apologize to the people of Illinois and most importantly the constituents that I've served over the last 17 years.
Sandoval took the bribes in return for using his official position as state senator to block legislation harmful to the red light camera industry. Bears are bringing in what many consider to be the top Canadian Football League free agent this year, defensive back Trey Robertson. College hoops tonight. DePaul's at Seton Hall, Northwestern visiting number 14 Michigan State. In the Valley, Loyola visiting SIU. Last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies edged Ohio 61-59. Rutgers handled Purdue. Michigan snapped a 4-game losing skid with a win over Nebraska. The news service of Accountemps. Demand for top talent is at an all-time high, but you can't afford to miss important deadlines, whether you need help for a day, a week, or months. Keep your work on track with highly skilled accounting and finance professionals from Accountemps. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 7:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
On Tuesday, February 4th, President Donald Trump will deliver his State of the Union address to Congress, to the country, and to the world. And we are throwing a party. And you're invited. It's a taste of freedom. The State of the Union viewing party, presented by HealthInsuranceMentors.com at Belvedere Banquets in Elk Grove Village. Enjoy dinner and drinks with fellow AM 560 listeners as you watch the president's speech. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/taste.
I am ecstatic to welcome AMAC back to the Mike Gallagher Show for 2020, so I get a chance to tell you all year long about this outstanding 50-plus organization, the fastest-growing conservative 50-plus organization in the country. Stop supporting liberal agendas with the other senior organization. Join AMAC, the group that believes and stands up for family values, the values that have made America great. Our faith, our freedom. They're fighting for us. They fight against reckless government spending, the expanding scope of the federal government. When you join AMAC, it's $16 a year. You get your AMAC senior card. You'll gain access to a growing list of benefits like car insurance and roadside assistance, discounts on hotels and travel. Join now. Go to GallagherForAMAC.com, GallagherForAMAC.com, or call 855-624-6229. Write it down, 855-624-6229, or go to GallagherForAMAC.com. Join AMAC today.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Campbell here, serial entrepreneur. Sometimes we small business owners receive the ugly phone call. Mine came in my 4th year of business.
Hey Mike, it's Charlie, your printing press operator. I was drying our printing press rags at the laundromat and there's been an accident. The laundromat is on fire. I'm in a rescue squad truck heading to the hospital. The police said it's our fault and you have to come here right away.
I hung up the phone, sick to my stomach. Poor Charlie. Poor me. I was certain my business was over, but we survived. Now, 26 years later, Patriot Software helps small business owners avoid any ugly phone calls involving their payroll. We give free support with our payroll, which starts at just $10 a month. Go to PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
Staples has all the supplies for tax season this year, from tax forms to organizational supplies. And now you can save up to $20 on TurboTax software at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store. Offer ends 2/1/20 while supplies last. Staples.
7:07 in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. Jim Talamonte.
In Niles, Milwaukee Avenue is closed near Toohey due to a major overnight wreck. Inbound Edens, traffic's heavy starting around Devon. 23 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Kennedy, 35 minutes O'Hare to downtown. No savings in the Express. The Eisenhower looking at 42 minutes, 390 to downtown. Stevenson, 48 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. On northbound 55 at 83, there's a stall in the right lane. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 27 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Mission 424. Northbound Tri-State, it's heavy Harlem to 87. Eastbound Reagan Tollway, 83 to York. And northbound Veterans Memorial is tight, Maple to the Reagan Tollway. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Considerable cloudiness for today into tomorrow. Look for a high today at 33, low tonight 25, high tomorrow 33, and then Friday and Saturday cloudy skies, a high Friday and Saturday at 37. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
31 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I can sum up the destruction of the state of Illinois in 3 acronyms. You ready?
I'm ready.
IEA, SEIU, AFSCME. AFSCME. Those 3 acronyms. What do they represent? The 3 largest public sector unions in the state. And that's who, by the way, you work for if you live in Illinois. You don't work for yourself. If you're not a member of that union, your spare parts to finance the guaranteed 7-figure pensions and the lifetime employment of members of those unions. That's how it's actually gone down in the state. Now, of course, there's a lot of co-conspirators with those public sector unions. You have to have policymakers do their bidding. And so the General Assembly, including many, many Republicans over many, many years, including in leadership, have been wholly owned subsidiaries of the public sector unions, happy to take pennies on the dollars that Democrats get. And that's how the state was destroyed. QED. Oh, you want me to provide more detail? Sure, I'm happy to. But the good news is...
Oh, there's good news?
How about that?
No.
Comes to us from our friend Steve Malengo over at City Journal. What's happening to public sector unions around the country and including in Illinois? They're hemorrhaging membership and dollars thanks to the Supreme Court's decision in the Janus case. Government union membership fell again in 2019, continuing a decade-long decline. Workers in public sector unions now number just over 7 million. That's a drop of 100,000 in 1 year, and it's a drop of almost 900,000 over the last decade. The smallest number of government union workers in 20 years. Malenga goes on, the trends are particularly ominous for public unions because 2019 should have been a year they started bouncing back, a decade of economic expansion. You saw state tax and local tax collections grow. States and municipalities hired more workers, and of course the biggest public sector employment base is municipal government. The number of local government employees jumped by nearly 100,000 in 2019. Yeah. No.
100,000?
Nationwide.
Okay.
The number of local government employees jumped by 100,000 in 2019. At the same time, public sector union membership dropped by 100,000. These gains haven't translated into increases in union membership. Government union membership in California fell by 164,000 over the last decade, though the state has as many public sector jobs as it did before the recession. New York has lost 123,000 government union members over the same period. Government union membership in Illinois has shrunk by 45,000 in the last decade, by more than 42,000 in New Jersey, by more than 13,000 in Connecticut, all of the worst governed states in the country. public sector union membership is declining. Perhaps not as precipitously as we'd like, but precipitously nonetheless. Now, I'm not an anti-union guy. Trade unions, different than public sector unions. The government unions should not exist.
No.
Period, the end. It's self-dealing on the worst order. And it's the reason states like Illinois and California and New York have balance sheets that look like banana republics.
And your union fees go to Democratic candidates.
Almost entirely.
It's all ancestral. I mean, really, it's disgusting.
I mean,
I don't think have they ever once in their union's history donated money to a Republican candidate? Because I know when my union, we never did.
Well, of course. No, of course they do, but it's pennies on the dollar. I mean, there's a lot of public sector union-heavy districts that are, and by heavy, I mean it's wildly overstated. By heavy, I mean, 9, 10, 11, 12% of the electorate are public sector union workers in central and southern Illinois, represented by Republicans. They get financing from the public sector unions, and they continue to do the bidding on issues like pensions for these unions. The NEA, they spent $70 million on politics and lobbying in 2017, 2018. Nearly all of that was on Democrats. But we're supposed to sidle up. Republicans, these soft-headed Republicans and corrupt Republicans sidle up to these public sector unions for, just their little cut, too, and also to be left alone, do their bidding. It's been a real problem here. And in those other states I mentioned, but perhaps most pronounced in Illinois. And what does the NEA do? I mean, they're just an arm of the Democratic Party, as you say, not just all the spending. They're running around in the business of educating children, improving K-12 systems in urban centers. No, they're endorsing abortion. They at their conference in Houston over last year. Yeah. The NEA vigorously opposes all attacks on the right to choose and stands on the fundamental right to abortion under Roe v. Wade. What does that have to do with educating kids? What does that have to do with representing teachers? Not a fracking thing. They're political operations. And the good news is, because of the Janus decision, a lot of rank-and-file public sector workers, public sector union workers, now get to now are free not to participate in the politics of their Democrat union bosses. And so what's happening? AFSCME lost, AFSCME and SEIU combined lost 210,000 workers who stopped paying their agency fees, according to one estimate. And those agency fees can total up to 2/3 of union dues. As Malenga writes, those declines are not reflected in union membership figures, but they represent tens of millions of dollars of lost revenues. Yeah, I mean, the projection was that Janus could cost unions, these public sector unions, in terms of their political resources, as much as $1 billion. Well, that's a real leveling of the playing field at both the state and federal level with respect to their political activity. And he goes on to say, things are not going to get better. A 2019 survey by the National League of Cities found that municipal budget officials already reporting signs of weakness in their local economies amid growing fears of a recession. Whenever it comes, it may not be in the offing for a time, but whenever it comes, a recession is likely to set off a new waves of membership losses. And as we've seen from the membership losses that were suffered in 2009, there'll be some recovery of the jobs, but not union controlled jobs. Even in states that operate like death cults, there's a recognition that we can't keep doing things this way. So we'll hire people, but let's not confer the same power to the public sector unions that have put us in this place where, say, for example, in Illinois, one of every $4 that is spent at the state level is on unfunded pension liabilities rather than state services.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 646-3625 Type in DA, then a quick comment.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, there's going to be a reckoning elsewhere in places like Illinois, too, when it comes to this spending without outcome, or, disconnecting spending from outcomes, meaning we spend more and the outcomes either do not improve or actually decline, like in K through 12 education, where our neighboring states, and just in Illinois, to use that as an example, spend a lot less than we do per pupil on K through 12 education, and yet get better results for their kids. Because
it's always about the children, Dan.
Of course. But what it really is, it's about, right, the salaries and benefits for the adults in the system. And so, of course, you have to keep spending more because you have conferred such salaries and benefits to the adults in the system that you're trying to, bail out the Titanic with a teaspoon, proverbially. Listen to these numbers. Listen to these numbers. I mentioned there's 129,000 Illinois pensioners that will get lifetime payouts of more than $1 million in their pension. There are, as of 2017, there are 17,000 Illinois government pensions that exceed $100,000 a year. That's, basically like $2.5, $3 million pension minimum when you're talking about $100,000 a year. And listen to some of these. And it's not just what they're getting, it's what they put in to get what they're getting. And remember, there is no interest, none, by the political ruling class in the state, including most of the Republicans, certainly the Republican leadership, such as it is, the super minority leaders, Durkin and Brady, who are stooges for the left.
And he was on yesterday talking about something that he said, well, if you talk to Mike Madigan won't talk to him. He sounded like such a peahat.
Well, he's irrelevant. He's irrelevant. He'll just wait for,
Well, I talked to the governor.
He's about advancing the other side. And getting a little bit of a cut too, leveraging his office for personal gain, the same way Brady does. And the same way it's been going on forever. Republican there's no Republican Party. There's just a bunch of kleptocrats and a few people that aren't kleptocrats who are completely marginalized. And so what does that beget? Begets this. Number one with a bullet. Leslie Heffes, University of Illinois, Chicago, her employer. Her current, his or her, I don't know the gender, current annual pension, $581,000, 55 years old. Just retired. Total pension to date, $753,000. Estimated lifetime payout, $22 million.
Oh, my gosh.
Leslie Heffes, University of Illinois, Chicago, probably a doc, but whatever. Or, I don't know, could be some administrator. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the position is. This is a public employee who paid in 3.5% of what they expect to be paid out if they live to average life expectancy. 3.5%.
It's a racket.
Employee contribution to the pension was $768,000. Estimated lifetime payout, $22 million.
We can't afford that.
I can go on and on and on and on.
And I told you about the couple that we know in Springfield. They're recently retired. They're in their late 50s. They combine, their house is paid off. They don't like to travel. They don't like fancy cars. Every month they get $4,000 tax-free. And they feel so guilty with all this money. They don't know what to do with it. It's just...
Boy, downtown problems.
Well, but, they live in, a suburb of Springfield. And it's, they don't need that kind of cash. That's what they even said. I said, well, then donate it to a worthy cause or do something if you feel that guilty about it.
By the way, Leslie Heffes' retirement age, 55.
Leslie, is she single?
I mean, you go.
It's like marrying a millionaire. Yeah, there's your sugar mama.
Let me just give you some. This is not a isolated example.
No, it's happening.
Just look at I'll just tell you the numbers. Employee contribution to pension, a 64-year-old, his during his work life.
Yeah.
$562,000. Estimated lifetime payout, $8.7 million.
Oh, come on.
6.4% of his estimated lifetime payout is what he paid in. How do you make that work? Tell me again about what's fair and equitable. Tell me again about the 1%.
Hey.
Shelley in Downers Grove, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, good morning. So, for a long time, my district, you did not have to join the union. You paid what was called fair share.
Yes.
So when that ended, I submitted to get out of the union based on a religious accommodation, which was basically that they supported and promoted abortion. The state of Illinois told me I can't do that because if my church isn't against the union specifically, then they couldn't do that. So I took it to a federal level to work lawyer who did it pro bono, and I got out of the union. But I still had to give my dues to
Right.
agreed upon charity.
Right, before the Janus decision. Right, exactly. Yeah. Thanks for the call, Shelley. Appreciate it. Andy in Hinsdale.
So by the NEA actively supporting abortion and choice, aren't they slaughtering their potential future customers, all these kids?
Yeah, right. But thanks for the call, Andy. But yeah, it's about the kids. It's about the kids.
It's about the children.
You've got. I mean, I can't. You just can't believe these numbers. You cannot believe these numbers. The scam that has been run on you. And we seem to love it, don't we? I mean, are you listening to these numbers? If you're not incredulous at these numbers, then I don't know. I don't know what to say to somebody like that.
You're not left shaking your head by those facts. I mean, the math doesn't lie.
I'm not saying, and this is not, I'm naming names because whatever, it's public record and it's our money. So tough, you get your name named. But I'm not saying these are bad people. I know this is the system. Yeah, it's the system. It's the system that we allowed to be set up for the benefit of IEA, AFSCME, and SEIU, for the benefit of the permanent kleptocratic class, for the elimination of political competition. And we all just buy into this kleptocratic culture. Oh, I see how it works, so I'll just try and use my clout, try and get some clout so then I can use it to get my special deal. And we'll just perpetuate this wonderful model of governance.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Doesn't it seem like things are always getting more expensive? Groceries, the rent, even utilities. Cost of living is up, but Allstate can help lower your cost of driving. With new lower auto rates in Illinois, you get the same high-quality coverage and hands-on expertise from a local Allstate agent. Now, with new lower rates, you're in good hands with Allstate.
If you haven't quoted Allstate lately, it's the perfect time. Get a quote today. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary.
Real travel is life-changing. With Trafalgar, you'll discover the best way to travel and connect with the culture, people, and places you visit. You'll travel with the freedom to discover and the confidence to explore. With over 300 trips on all 7 continents, you get real experiences that you won't find elsewhere. These are just a few of the greatest travel stories you'll ever tell. Save up to 7.5% on trips. Terms and conditions apply. Visit your travel agent or Trafalgar.com. Trafalgar, simply the best.
Hey, if you've thought about taking advantage of the 2-for-1 offer on the MyPillow Giza cotton sheets, I suggest you do it today. It could be over any day now. And I can't live without MyPillow products. I can, but I don't want to. I love the MyPillow pillow. I throw it in the washer and dryer when it gets dirty to kill the germs that I acquire throughout the day. And then the Giza cotton sheets, they're very soft and they're cool and they're comfortable. And the MyPillow towels, they just came out with a new line of towels that are very absorbent. They come in an array of colors and sizes. But right now, the buy one, get 2 for free Giza cotton sheets offer, you've got to take advantage of. Here's what you do. Go to MyPillow.com, type Amy, A-M-Y, in that promo code. 2 sets of Giza cotton sheets for the price of 1, plus deep discounts on all other MyPillow items, such as the mattress topper, those pet beds, the MyPillows, the towels. Find it all at MyPillow.com. And when you check out, type Amy in the promo code, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. And be sure to tell them that Amy sent you.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Frank Vance, co-owner of Egan Vance Insurance Agency on Chicago's Northwest Side and a customer of Signature Bank. In my line of work, we pride ourselves on being there for our clients when they need it the most, and we recognize when someone does the same for us. As Egan Vance was expanding, we wanted to buy a much sought-after building in the neighborhood. We couldn't waste any time. I called Signature Bank, and that was all it took. I didn't have to talk to multiple people in siloed departments with multiple forms to fill out. One call did it all. As the one who was always looking out for my clients, it was a great change to know that my bank, Signature Bank, was looking out for me.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Networks of the future are here now. Game-changing serverless networks with technology that's finally ready for prime time. Turnkey IT is ready to set up your business, increase productivity, save you money, and a lot of headaches. Imagine not having to purchase or maintain a local server in your building and continue using all the tools you rely on with Microsoft 365. Everything is in one place on the Office 365 cloud platform with all files and folders stored, backed up, and ready to be shared securely within your organization. Can your business go serverless? Turnkey IT can get you started with a free 5-point assessment to determine if your business qualifies, and it only takes about 2 minutes. Visit turnkey.pro today to speak with one of their team members to find out more and join the growing number of companies using the Microsoft 365 platform now.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on the important things. Visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
So Don Lemon offered, I guess, what could be considered an apology or a bit of a walk back from his laugh session, giggle session with Rick Wilson and Wajahat Ali the other day, making fun of all Trump supporters, Trump voters as
stupid rednecks, and that we couldn't use a cell phone or text.
I believe didn't know geography and illiterate. I think the phrase was credulous boomer rubes. Here's Lemon providing context we missed.
Final note that I have for you, because this is personally important to me to address this, okay?
Gather around, children.
Yeah.
Ask anyone who knows me. They'll tell you.
No.
I don't believe in belittling people, belittling anyone for who they are, for what they believe,
No, of course not.
or where they're from.
Yep.
During an interview on Saturday night, one of my guests said something that made me laugh. And while in the moment, I found that joke humorous. And I didn't catch everything that was said. Just to make this perfectly clear, I was laughing at the joke and not at any group of people.
Of course.
Oh, that's
But still to come.
Yeah, of course. Thank you
That
for
is-
clarifying that, Don.
That is quite some spectacular bull jive. Wow.
And it just becomes more bulletin board material for 2020. So, Don Lemon, never go away.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk, Steve Moore, about some macroeconomic things, but also something that's particularly important to me, and that's Dollar Tree bigotry at 7:37.
And I'm going to ask him something that's important to me, how the coronavirus is going to affect the market.
Is that personally important to you or just important to you?
No, it's personally important.
Okay, all right.
All right, but now let's go into the newsroom and get personal here with Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Plane carrying more than 200 Americans from the Chinese city at the center of the coronavirus outbreak, Wuhan, is now on its way from Alaska to Southern California. The plane stopped to refuel, so all passengers could be screened again for the coronavirus.
People being able to get to the airport through screening, all of these other processes, and that we were prepared for the max that the plane could hold. At the end of the day, 201 passengers loaded and 201 passengers left Alaska.
Alaska Chief Medical Officer Ann Zink says everyone on board received a clean bill of health. The impeachment trial of President Trump takes what could be a contentious turn today when senators begin questioning House impeachment managers and the president's defense team. California Congressman Adam Schiff says if he were the one asking questions, he would have at least 3.
Would you agree that John Bolton has relevant testimony
And if you do, why don't you want to hear it? And how can you have a fair trial without witnesses? I may not get a chance to ask the senators that question. I won't get a chance to ask them that, but their constituents will.
Senators will submit their written questions to Chief Justice John Roberts, who will read them aloud. Well, we like politics on this station, so ahead of the Iowa caucuses, here's a part of a new ad campaign set to go after Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders this morning.
I doubt if Bernie Sanders can beat Trump.
I like Bernie. I think he has great ideas. But Michigan, Pennsylvania, Iowa, they're just not going to vote for a socialist.
I do have some concerns about Bernie Sanders' health, considering the fact that he did have a heart attack.
New York Times says the Democrat Majority for Israel's super PAC will release that ad. It shows voters from Iowa and elsewhere explaining their concerns with the Democrat. Hall of Fame defensive lineman Chris Dolman died last night after a 2-year battle with brain cancer. He was 58. Hall of Fame announced his death along with the Vikings. He was diagnosed with a glioblastoma and underwent surgery nearly 2 years ago to the day. An investigation continues following a deadly crash in Niles. Police say a vehicle crashed into a building at the Niles Police Department early this morning. The driver was killed. Charges pending following a deadly shooting in Linwood. Victim died at a local hospital. One person has been taken into custody. Nearly 4,000 employees at Belvedere's Chrysler plant are being offered separation packages. The news comes less than a week after it was announced that Chrysler plant would be temporarily closing down in February. Chicago sports. Bulls visit the Pacers later on tonight. College hoops tonight. DePaul's at Seton Hall. Northwestern at Michigan State in the Big Ten. In the Valley, Loyola will tip against SIU, Bradley, and Valparaiso. Last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies, winners over Ohio in the MAC, 61-59. The news, a service of Nature Valley Oats and Honey Crunchy Bars. You can keep your family going with that satisfying crunch, which means more outside fun for you. And with whole grain oats and real delicious honey, it's really tasty too. Nature Valley Oats and Honey Crunchy Bars. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher knows why the impeachment circus started.
The reason behind the whole impeachment hoax, it was just to say he's been impeached for life. Wow.
It's like all they've got.
Well, we're not going to probably get him removed from office. He very well may win this year. Well, but at least we can say he was impeached. Aha! We got that on him.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Dan Frio with the Mortgage Update. Your lifelong dream has always been to buy your own home. So what's your first step? Do you call your local bank, go online and apply at one of the internet companies, or have your realtor refer you to a company they work with? What if I said none of the above? Why? Your local bank might not offer the program that's best for your situation. The online companies, you input your information and hope they get back to you. And you also put all your life history out on the web. Your realtor's lender, their focus is on the sale, not getting you the best rate and program. So what's your best option? Dan Frio. Why? I work for you, not the bank. I shop your loan to over 21 different mortgage lenders that get you the best rate and program that fits your needs. So let's make your dream a reality. Call me today, 844-775-LOAN. That's 844-775-LOAN. Or reach me on the web at windmortgage.com. That's windmortgage.com.
Parkside Lending, LLC is an Illinois residential mortgage licensee and an equal housing lender. NMLS 176162.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
I'm very, very athletic. I play ice hockey 2 or 3 days a week. You know, I'm in good shape for my age. You know, I keep up with the young kids, but, you know, I get tired. Muscles get sore. I'm achy. So I noticed just by taking this product for a month, I'm not as tired as I used to be or fatigued. Muscles feel good. I feel like my stamina is better than it was. I just feel better than I did, and I wasn't really complaining before.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
It's open enrollment season, and MediShare is a Christian healthcare sharing ministry that saves most families about $500 a month. Google MediShare and see if it is a fit for you.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
In the Team Hochberg Traffic Center this morning, the latest with Jim Telemonte.
Northbound Tri-State traffic is slow from 95th to the 83rd Street toll, from 75th to Ogden after crash. Southbound Tri-State delays are from 120 to before 176. Crash now off to the side. Eastbound Reagan Tollway delays are from Yackley to the Veterans Memorial Tollway. And northbound 355 is heavy from 75th to the Reagan Tollway. 8 22 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 33. Kennedy running 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, a little quicker than the Express. Eisenhower 49 minutes, 390 to downtown. Stevenson 55 minutes, 355 to the drive. The Ryan 25 minutes from 95th. I-57 33 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 428. That's traffic. I'm Jim Alamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Considerable cloudiness today and a high of 33. Currently 31 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with Stephen Leahy. Every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560 The Answer.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. It's good to see that President Trump is not letting the impeachment theater dissuade him from moving along on particular policy areas. Obviously, 3 years in the making, rolling out the Mideast peace plan from the administration yesterday was fairly momentous. In addition to that, you have President Trump talking about immigration policy in Wildwood, New Jersey yesterday at a Trump rally.
But on no issue have Washington Democrats more thoroughly betrayed the American people than the issue of immigration. Left-wing, radical politicians support deadly sanctuary cities. And remember, a sanctuary city is a jurisdiction that refuses to hand over criminal aliens that are in local law enforcement custody. Instead, they order them to be released into your community. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, well, we know that all too well in Chicago/Cook County/ the state of Illinois. So when can we expect that tax cut proposal that he telegraphed in a conversation with Maria Bartiromo when he was in Davos last week? For more on that and many other matters, we're pleased to be joined by Steve Moore, economist, Wall Street Journal columnist, author of Trumponomics, Inside the America First Plan to Revive Our Economy. Steve, if we're properly being prospective here, what about tax cuts 2.0 from the president?
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. Well, first of all, let me start by saying, the other thing that's going on is that today at 11 a.m. Eastern time, so in a couple hours, President Trump will be officially signing the U.S., Canada, Mexico trade agreement. Mm-hmm. So I'm headed over there to the White House for that. That should be a kind of a joyous occasion. And
Are you going to get a souvenir pen?
You're about the fifth person who's asked me that. I'm gonna get one, and I'll send one to Amy, my favorite person in the whole.
There you go.
And so, on the tax cut 2.0, I think there will be a tax cut announced sometime in the next month or so. I've been working a little bit with Larry Kudlow on that. They're talking about lowering the rates for middle-class folks to 15%. So if you're an income, between say 40 and 100,000, your tax rate would go down 15, which, by the way, is what it was under Ronald Reagan. So I like that idea. And then we're also talking about this idea of tax-free savings accounts. So you could take up to $10,000 a year and write that off of your taxes, so you wouldn't have to pay income on it. And you could put the money in an index fund or some kind of saving account. And that's a very good way to get people to save and invest, and we need more of that. So that would be a very positive thing for the economy. But look, I mean, when you juxtaposition that against what everybody from Elizabeth Warren to what I call the killer bees, Buttigieg and Bloomberg and Bernie and Biden are all saying it's raise taxes. I don't know. Did you guys see the Wall Street Journal editorial? I think it was 2 days ago.
Oh, we talked about it. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Holy cow, those rates. Wow.
Yeah, you ready for a 70% tax rate, folks? So it's unbelievable. And that's just on the income, and then on the capital gains side, they want to raise rates to as high as 40 to 50%. So this would be a whole new America, and I don't think it would grow very fast with those kinds of tax restraints.
Well, talk about that, specifically the capital gain. What a doubling or a 2.5 times increase in the capital gains tax rate, what that would mean for the American economy.
Oh, it used to be wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah.
The government needs all the money. No, look, I've been citing this issue for 30 years. Every time we've raised the capital gains tax, revenues from the capital gains tax go down. And every time we cut the rate, revenues go up. Now, people may be surprised to hear about that, but it is actually true. And the reason is the capital gains tax, the way you avoid it is you just don't take your capital gains. You just hold on to your stock. So you get what we call a lock-in effect where people can't sell their stock because they can't pay the tax on the gains. It's a terrible, terrible policy. I mean, as Milton Friedman and Art Laffer would say, the proper rate of tax on capital gains is zero. We shouldn't have a capital gains tax because you've already paid the tax when you earned it the money in the first place.
All right, I'm obsessed with the coronavirus. I am sorry. Are you worried about this, Stephen Moore?
Well, yeah, I think everybody should be worried about it. We just don't know, how big of a risk this is. But, just from a financial standpoint, Amy, look at what happened in the stock market for the last, it rose yesterday on some good economic news. But, the last 5 days, it's down, 500, 600 points. So, yeah, there is a real worry here. And you never know when these things can really spread, significantly, going from, thousands of people to hundreds of thousands of people. And, I'm not looking.
But China's the second largest economy in the world, and they're not at their factories, Stephen Moore, working. Everybody's on lockdown. Not everybody, but the Wuhan province, which is 11 plus million people. 2,000 Starbucks are closed. The U.S. is mulling over a China travel ban. I mean, this could be catastrophic, and I know people think it's crazy. I wanted to cash out my stocks the other day, but I did because I have a feeling like 2007 is going to happen all over again.
Well, look, I would not use the word catastrophic, but it could be certainly a negative. And the most important thing is to make sure the virus doesn't make it here. And there are, how many reported cases are there here in the United States so far?
Well, 5, but there's 110 possible cases in 26 states.
Well, let's Steve, I know you're not an epidemiologist, you're an economist, so let's focus on that. And the question really becomes, are we living in a world now in the 21st century where, as one French diplomat said of America in the 19th century, if America sneezes, the world gets a cold. If China sneezes, the world gets a cold.
Wait, so, I'm sorry, I missed the last part of that.
Are we living in a world in the 21st century where if China sneezes, the world gets a cold economically?
Oh, I've actually said the opposite. That when we sneeze, China catches pneumonia. I mean, economically. Look, is it a threat? Yes, but we have our healthcare system in the United States is so far advanced that I just don't see the chance of some kind of pandemic happening here. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't, but I just think it's highly, highly unlikely because of our superior public health measures that they have. And let's face it, China, in a lot of ways, is still a third world country. I mean, yeah, in some of the cities, like Beijing, they're very westernized and very modernized, but in most of that country, there's still, desperately poor people, and there's the public health, and all they do, when they have some kind of epidemic like this, is they cover it up,
right.
Which is what communist countries do. They cover it up. But incidentally, I want to make a point, if I may, about this issue you started talking about, Dan, which is the immigration, because, there was an important court decision a day or two ago where Trump won, and it's been controversial, but I want to say, and by the way, for those who missed it, what the court decided, the Supreme Court on a 5-4 decision, is that Trump has the right to keep out people who will go on welfare. Now, the left has gone apoplectic about this, and, your good friend Alexandra Cortez has Like, oh my gosh, this is so un-American, and America shouldn't just be a place for rich and wealthy people. And look, I agree with that we should let people into the country who want to succeed. But I also think that we should have for our historical immigration standard was if you came into this country, you couldn't come if you were infirm or had a disease or you couldn't work. I mean, this is a land of opportunity. It's not a place where we want to have people come in here and go on welfare. And I think it's a very reasonable policy. I'm very pro-immigration. People, who want to make a better life for themselves and work hard and pull themselves up by the bootstraps. That's what America's all about. But, the left wants to, as soon as these immigrants come in, Dan and Amy, the first thing they want to do is put them on food stamps. And by the way, that's the worst thing you can do for an immigrant.
But it's not the worst thing you can do for them if your only intention is to make them a Democrat voter. But yeah, exactly.
Yeah, boy, you're even more cynical than I am, Dan. But I mean, that might be because look, when you put people on welfare, it becomes a way of life for too many of them. So but Trump's taken a lot of heat for that. But I think he's exactly right on that policy. Yes, people can come if they want to work and build a better life, but welfare should not be the magnet. And I think people are sick of that. And by the way, look at what's happening. Look what's happening in Europe now. Where they're starting to realize, with all these socialistic programs and open immigration, it just doesn't work.
Speaking of systems that don't work, this is an important area for you because it's always key in your rich states, poor states report. You're in a report, right to work states, the talk of public sector unionization. And we were just talking about it before you joined us. It's an important development. Steve Malanga writing about this over at the City Journal, that over the last decade, even as public sector jobs have recovered from the depths of the Great Recession, it's not public sector union jobs so much anymore. And you're seeing government union membership decline somewhat significantly by about 900,000 over the last decade in raw numbers. And even in deep blue states, heavy public sector union states like California, New York, Illinois, New Jersey, Connecticut, all the worst run states, seeing significant declines in public sector union employment. And that's got to be good news.
It sure is. Look, I actually have no problem with unions. I mean, in terms of I don't have a problem with the idea of collective bargaining. I think it's fine. I've always believed that if someone wants to join a union and have the union representation bargain for them, they have the right to do that. That's America. But I also believe you should never force someone to be in a union. So that's always been my position. But, I also don't think there should be public sector unionism because, who represents the taxpayers at the table? Not the politicians, right? Or why do you think Illinois has, what's the size of your unfunded liabilities on your pensions, like over $1 trillion or something like that?
130 billion.
What is it?
130 billion.
130. Sorry, I was off of that, but
we'll get to trillion.
That you'd have to raise your property tax 50% for the next 15 years to pay off these. But why did that happen? Because the politicians are bought by the unions, and the union membership should have two people at the table bargaining for bigger and bigger benefits. So this is very good news, Dan. I have not seen those statistics yet because, by the way, just as a pure political matter, the heart and soul of the Democratic Party is government unions. At the Democratic Convention that will be held, I believe they're in Milwaukee. Is that where they're going to be this year?
Yes.
I think they're in Milwaukee. Yeah. Did you know almost 1/3 of the delegates will be public school teachers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who do you think owns that party?
The unions, and they've owned states like Illinois too.
And not just the union. I mean, and by the way, there's a big difference between the Teamster
public sector versus private sector versus trade.
Exactly, because I think Trump is actually going to do very, very well with the industrial unions because, of course, the Democrats want to deindustrialize America. They don't want, they think we're going to be able to run a $20 trillion economy with windmills. And think of all the jobs that would be lost in the coal industry and the oil and gas industry. We're talking about millions of jobs for truckers, construction workers, drillers, engineers. And so anyway, I think that this trend of a decline in public sector unionism is the best news I've heard all week. Thank you, Dan.
There you go. I wanted to make you happy. Steve Moore, economist, Wall Street Journal columnist, author of Trumponomics. And
Where do I send the pen, Amy?
well, you'll hold
the
on.
station.
Yeah, we'll get you the address so you
I'd
can
like it
FedEx
delivered on a
that.
silver platter, too.
Yeah.
please.
There you
I'll
go.
be standing right for the president, and I'm going to touch my ear. It's my shout out to you guys. Okay.
Oh, thank you. We'll be watching.
Thanks, Steve.
You're the best, Stephen Moore. And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
What would you do if you knew there was a place to learn step-by-step strategies designed to help you make the right moves inside the financial markets? A place to develop skills that can help you generate income and build confidence toward your retirement goals. At Online Trading Academy, we know there's an investor in all of us, and we know how to teach people just like you the skills and knowledge that could empower you to take better control of your financial future. Start by taking our free introductory class at a location near you. Learn about the biggest mistakes investors make and how you can learn to avoid them. Plus, you'll learn strategies that could help you make your money work harder for you. For over 20 years, Online Trading Academy has been teaching students skills designed to help them learn to invest with the confidence of the pros.
Call 844-778-7132 for 2 free tickets to a class in your area and receive our Professional Insiders Kit with lessons from our top instructors just for attending. That's 844-778-7132. 844-778-7132 or visit otaclass.com.
Hey, it's important now more than ever to boost your immune system, so that you can fend off a cold or a flu. And that's, we're only at the end of January, and experts are predicting a terrible flu season this year. And the best way to stay healthy, again, is to boost your immune system by sleeping well and also eating well. And that means getting enough fruits and veggies, which I know we aren't doing on our own. And that's where Balance of Nature comes in. What I do, and I learned this from Dr. Howard, is break open 3 fruit capsules in a glass of warm water, and it coats your throat, and you're getting your daily allowance of fruits. And then you take the veggie capsules as well. And with those 6 capsules, you're getting 10 servings of 31 different fruits and veggies. There's no preservatives, no dyes. And you hear stories right here on the station about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. And the next story could be yours. I know this 60-year-old woman, I work out with her at the gym. She has been taking Balance of Nature for 5 years and has not, in that 5-year period, ever had a cold or the flu or a sinus infection or anything. She has remained healthy. So be like June and take Balance of Nature. Right now, you can get 35% off your order and free shipping. So start your journey to better health today. Here's what you do. You call their operators, who are also coaches. They're standing by. They'll answer any questions you have. The number is 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or go to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
We're all aware of national dealers that sell gold and silver. But national dealers? It sounds so impersonal and far away. Guess what? Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is a national dealer, and they're right here in our backyard. With Fox Valley Coins close by, you won't have to relinquish your personal information and money through the mail and hope that you receive what you ordered in the next days, weeks, or months. Most of the time at Fox Valley Coins, you just walk in the store, pick out what you want, pay for it, and walk out the door. It can be that easy. And if you're interested in selling your rare collector coins or currency, Fox Valley Coins specialize in the rare ones. Buying and selling individual coins and currency, as well as all gold, silver, platinum, palladium, and rhodium in coin, bar, and scrap form. They'll even make house calls when appropriate. Fox Valley Coins is 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 in Naperville. They're closed on Sundays and have been dealing with integrity since 1981. Check out foxvalleycoins.com. That's foxvalleycoins.com.
If you have pain, listen up. Dennis Prager here. You don't need to live in pain. Let me repeat that. You don't have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. So, Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of its side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you can be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com.
Is this your situation?
cellular or data services are bad inside your building or vehicle, people notice, people complain. This is Kelly Piles. My company is PC Net Services. We can fix that annoying problem. Resolving this is not as complicated or as expensive as you might think, but it does make a difference. I have worked with the largest cellular providers in the nation. We could approve your cellular and data signal inside your building with all major carriers. No more dropped calls, no more complaints. First responders, government agencies, and business owners have used us to get a better signal inside their building. We can do the same for you. PCNet Services, a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business connecting you to the world.
Get better cell service in your building, no matter which carrier. For a free analysis, call PCNet Services, 815-545-4439. 815-545-4439.
This is attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hillary has an urge. We're going to talk about Hillary's urge with Jim Pethokoukis at 8:08. Isn't that disgusting?
Yeah, it is. And later, new information about what was missing from the helicopter that was responsible for the crash of killing Kobe Bryant and 8 others. And also, Planters pauses their promotion of Mr. Peanut's Super Bowl funeral because of Kobe Bryant. We'll tell you why and what happened. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Sandoval pleads guilty to charges in the red light cameras scheme. Flight attendants are suing Boeing over allegations of toxic cabin air. Accused Dixon school shooter is deemed unfit to stand trial. We'll tell you why. Bulls are visiting the Pacers tonight, and another cloudy day in store. WIND, Chicago News Time, 8.
They left the coronavirus behind. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. A plane full of Americans now flying to California after getting out of Wuhan, China, epicenter of the outbreak that sickened more than 6,000 people. 132 have died. Fox's Evan Brown has more on this flight live.
Dave, 201 Americans are on that plane, which landed in Anchorage, Alaska, where everybody so far has passed health screening exams. That flight now heads to March Air Force Base in Riverside County, California. The passengers are mostly diplomatic persons for whom the U.S. State Department chartered a flight. Once they land in California, the evacuees will undergo even more screenings and will even be temporarily housed there at the base. But there are still Americans left in China, and specifically in Wuhan, Dave.
Evan, the impeachment trial moves to Q&A the next 2 days. Senators will submit written questions the Chief Justice will read aloud. Then the House Democrats acting as prosecutors and the Trump legal team get to respond.
Congressional Democrats are obsessed with demented hoaxes, crazy witch hunts, and deranged partisan crusades.
President Trump at a rally last night in New Jersey. He tweeted this morning that John Bolton wrote a nasty and untrue book. In it, the National Security Advisor was fired, wrote the president told him. He delayed aid to Ukraine to get an investigation into the Bidens. Now, Democrats keep insisting that Bolton and others be called to testify.
2 sources tell Fox News Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell informed colleagues he does not have the votes to block witnesses. One source used the word yet. Conversations continue and things can change by the hour.
That's Fox's David Spunt. The day after the president unveiled a Middle East peace plan with Israel's prime minister by his side, Trump advisor Jared Kushner reacted on Fox to the Palestinian leader rejecting it, saying 1,000 no's.
They said that before they even saw what's in it. I think it was much better than they expected. It's gotten a lot of regional support.
America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are gray, 31 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An investigation is underway following a deadly crash in Niles. Police say a vehicle crashed into a building at the Niles Police Department early this morning. That driver was killed. Charges are pending following a deadly shooting in Linwood. Police say one man shot another during a cell phone robbery last night outside of the Linwood Sports Center and roller rink. That victim died at a local hospital. One person was taken into custody. An individual potentially infected with coronavirus has been isolated at a hospital in Porter County, Indiana. Meantime, health officials in DuPage County are contacting individuals who may have been exposed to an Illinois woman infected with coronavirus. That woman is in good condition, being monitored at St. Alexius Medical Center. Former State Senator Marty Sandoval is admitting to taking more than $250,000 in bribes in a red light camera scheme. The longtime Chicago Democrat says he was ashamed of what he did. Sandoval took the bribes in return for using his official position as state senator and head of the Transportation Committee to block legislation harmful to the red light camera industry. Sangamon County Coroner Cinda Edwards and her husband, former Springfield Mayor Frank Edwards, were killed in Tuesday's plane crash along with another person in Sangamon County. Bulls visit the Pacers later on tonight. Plenty of college hoops action. DePaul's at Seton Hall. In the Big Ten, Northwestern visiting number 14 Michigan State. In the Valley, Loyola visits SIU and Bradley is hosting Valpo. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat and the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Boeing is reporting a weaker than expected quarter. The company lost money in the period. It continues to be significantly impacted by the 737 MAX grounding. It's the first loss for Boeing since 1997. Boeing shares are down more than 0.5%. However, McDonald's reported a better than expected quarter. Apple's earnings were upbeat, and so were General Electric's. L Brands shares are rallying up 11% on reports that the company's chief executive may step down and it could be selling its Victoria's Secret brand. British Airways has canceled direct flights from London to Beijing and Shanghai until March. United Airlines, Air Canada, Cathay Pacific, and Finnair are among the carriers that have also canceled flights to China because of the coronavirus. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
At 8:04, business is a service of Signature Bank. For all your commercial banking needs, visit signaturebank.bank. And at 8:04, a check of traffic and weather is coming up next on AM 560.
Steve Cortez.
One of my favorite books as a junior high student, The Outsiders. Well, when it comes to politics, we in the America First movement, we're the greasers. We're the outsiders. I'm okay with being an outsider. You probably are as well. Being a conservative in Chicago. I'm unafraid of being a Trump advocate on CNN. And I'm unafraid about being a Christian trying to raise a faith-filled family in a world that's often hostile.
The Steve Cortez Show. Weeknights at 5, right before Larry Elder at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Have you racked up more than $10,000 in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by, making minimum payments? You should know the credit card companies are tricking you into thinking there's no way out. Credit card companies would rather you didn't know that there are ways you can become debt-free and you don't have to pay the entire amount you owe. There are debt relief programs that help people like you escape overwhelming credit card debt. National Debt Relief has helped tens of thousands of people just like you reduce more than $500 million of debt. National Debt Relief has helped so many people they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. You don't have to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan. You have the right to settle your debt for a mere fraction of what you owe. Reduce a large portion of your debt now. Call National Debt Relief at 800-797-5868. 800-797-5868. That's 800-797-5868.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Campbell here, serial entrepreneur. Sometimes we small business owners receive the ugly phone call. Mine came in my 4th year of business.
Hey Mike, it's Charlie, your printing press operator. I was drying our printing press rags at the laundromat and there's been an accident. The laundromat is on fire. I'm in a rescue squad truck heading to the hospital. The police said it's our fault and you have to come here right away.
I hung up the phone, sick to my stomach. Poor Charlie. Poor me. I was certain my business was over, but we survived. Now, 26 years later, Patriot Software helps small business owners avoid any ugly phone calls involving their payroll. We give free support with our payroll, which starts at just $10 a month. Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
8:07 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time and Jim Telemonte.
Inbound Eisenhower delays start at St. Charles. It's now 58 minutes, 390 to downtown, 45 from Wolf. Outbound 45 minutes to 390 with crash at 9th Avenue with the left lane. Eden's 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 34th. Kennedy running 50 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. No savings in the Express. Outbound 35 minutes to the airport. Stevenson running 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Inbound Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. Delays on the northbound Tri-State are 95th to the 83rd Street Tool, 75th to Ogden. Southbound it's heavy 120 to before 176 with a crash. Eastbound Reagan Tollway delays are 59 to Mill. Northbound Veterans Memorial from Fountain to the Reagan Tollway. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next in our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center. Clouds will stick around all day long, high 33, and cloudy again overnight, 25. Currently 31. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Hillary's got a hankering.
Ew, gross.
Get an urge.
I hate that word. Moist urge. What other words?
She
are on our don't
sat
say
down
list?
for a riveting interview with Variety to promo this Hulu documentary series on the life and times of Hillary.
Was it called Cankles? Oh, you know what? That's so rude. I can't believe you said that.
Outrageous. And she was asked about her urges.
I know that you're not running, but do you ever feel the urge that, like, I could beat him if I were? Or, like, I wish I,
Yeah, I certainly feel the urge because I feel like the 2016 election was really an odd time and an odd outcome. And the more we learn, the more that seems to be the case. But I'm going to support the people who are running now and do everything I can to help elect the Democratic nominee.
Could feel
Really, if Bernie gets the nominee, she's going to support him?
Could feel the urge.
Ew, stop.
Trump, feel the burn.
Oh.
For more on that, we're pleased to be joined by Jimmy Pethokoukis, CNBC contributor, columnist for the American Enterprise Institute. James, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
How about flaccid? That's kind of a bad word.
Oh, that's
That is a bad word. Yeah, no, that is one of those.
That's a very flaccid interview with Hillary as well, I thought.
Yes. Yes, it would have. The only way it would have been worse if she would pick a scab
Oh,
while
okay,
giving the interview.
gross.
Scab's another one. So
This is quality radio.
It really is.
And
It really
pus.
is.
Oh, you don't forget pus. Now that you're talking
that's-
about scabs.
Yeah, well, that's sure.
Oh,
yeah.
wait. Ready? I got a good one. Coronavirus. Oh.
That's why we have you on, James. Not for your economic insights, but so we can play fifth grade, cloakroom games.
And now that recess is over, let's focus.
So you have written about Bernie Sanders and what, if anything, he's learned over the past 50 years. It seems like he's learned a lot from the Sandinistas and from Castro and from the Soviets, and they're all contained in his economic plan.
Well, I mean, that really gets at it. Now, you would think that watching the events of the past 50 years, watching these sort of centrally planned socialist economies sort of fail place after place, that, listen, it may not turn him into a libertarian, but it certainly, I think, would shape his views in some way. And certainly, I think, if I were interviewing Bernie Sanders, I would ask him about that. But is there any evidence that any of those things have shaped his view about why socialism, how it can work and not work, about the value of sort of markets and economy? I don't get any of that from Bernie Sanders. I get the impression that he had a 60s and a 70s and then kind of missed the 80s and 90s and everything after.
Wrong people in charge. That's the only problem. Wrong people in charge. Right
Yeah,
people
now,
in charge.
listen, he's been clear. He's not for a totalitarian state where you have no freedom. So he says, yes, you can vote and all that stuff. But as far as the economic part of it, he has had nothing bad to say about these countries. And to me, and like, how does he explain like why China had a very, very terrible economy and then kind of opened themselves up to trade and investment and allowed people to kind of make money, and the economy took off? He has no explanation.
Yeah, I'd love to actually hear. I don't know if anybody's ever asked him how it was that this place that was wondrous to him back when he and Jane were honeymooning with the very affordable puppet shows and the beautiful chandeliers, how that place collapsed. I'd love to hear his theory on that.
I have not found any sort of, and he's supposed to be kind of a thoughtful guy, the most important, like, socialist of the last half century. Nothing. What does he think happened? Was it the CIA? Did CIA bring down the Soviet Union? I don't think it was. I think it was a country that just ultimately could not work, and they ran out of money.
Are you getting antsy that he might win the Iowa caucuses, which are this Monday?
I will tell you that, yeah, I mean, I talk to a lot of, kind of investors, folks on Wall Street, and there has been sort of zero recognition that the Democratic nominee could be Bernie Sanders. And you would think that after 2016, people would be very humble in their predictions. But I think we need to begin to think about that and what that would mean, and what that would mean if you had a Democratic Congress. They talk about big radical change. Well, I think that's what we would get.
Well, it's interesting because there was this Wall Street reaction to many of Elizabeth Warren's proposals, sort of facsimiles of Bernie Sanders' platform, and that started to really marginalize her candidacy. And you're right, there's been a recognition of the disturbing popularity of socialism among people 40 and under, and it's prompted even the likes of Jamie Dimon to speak out against socialism, however imperfectly, as the rent seeker that he is. But yeah, the just you can't seem to get people to suspend their disbelief that Bernie could actually win, despite how close he came 4 years ago against all sorts of odds in being the nominee.
No, I think you're absolutely. Listen, if you're not taking it seriously at this point in a race where, even if you think Joe Biden's a front runner, he's been a very consistent but not impressive front runner, and Bernie continues to hang in there. He will always be able to raise a lot of money. He's not depending necessarily on checks from Goldman Sachs or J.P. Morgan or any other employees or any of these other banks, and he can win. I think we saw what happened in 2016. If you have a small, super dedicated kind of core of supporters, and people kind of decide that, yeah, they like you, they may not concern if all the numbers don't add up.
You know, there's sort of a countervailing phenomena that's happening too. Maybe it's not reached phenomena stage yet, but I just go to Bret Stephens' piece in the New York Times. We talked about it on the show yesterday. I mean, the limits of never Trumpism. Right, never Trumpism is good right up until it runs into Bernieism for Bret Stephens, and walking back this idea that starting his column saying Trump should be impeached and removed from office, he's a bad man. But if he isn't, which we know he won't be, and it comes down to Trump or Bernie, who is more disruptive to our constitutional order? And Bret Stephens has a hard time ending up on the side of Trump and supporting Bernie.
Yeah, I mean, it also disturbs me that when I see a lot of retweets for Bernie Sanders, they seem to be from people from like retweeting like Russia Today pieces. I find that upsetting, and I just think, and listen, I know the people who love Bernie Sanders, they sort of love his humanity. You know, he's humane. He loves people. He's concerned about the poor. But someone who is unable to say much bad about the Soviet Empire, to me, shows a deep moral blindness or moral failing at the center of his character. And I think it's very unsettling.
Well, has anyone asked him his thoughts about Venezuela and what's going on there?
I'm not sure, but I
Yeah.
think the consistent socialist line on Venezuela is that it's because of sanctions and the CAA and that sort of thing.
Yeah, he's sort of bobbed and weaved around what's going on there is terrible, but that's not the kind of socialism. That's not the kind of socialism we'd have with me as president, and so on and so forth. And then there's sort of these.
His socialism is the Scandinavian socialism,
Yes,
where they all have a
exactly.
20% corporate tax rate, no wealth taxes, and love free trade.
And school choice.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I wanted to get your take on this. This is a bit of an esoteric issue, but it speaks to this class dynamic that's and polarization that's happening in this country. There's just a good piece over at the Foundation for Economic Education about the move around the country to marginalize dollar stores. Places like Tulsa, Mesquite, Texas, DeKalb County, Georgia, New Orleans. It's sort of like Walmart Redux, where you have middle to upper income suburbs that are making all sorts of contradictory arguments about why a dollar store shouldn't locate in their community to serve lower income people that are just getting by and could use the ability to increase their purchasing power for everyday goods you need to get by. It's just very reminiscent of the Walmart arguments from 3 decades ago about they're taking out mom and pop shops, the local shops. They're at the same time predatory pricers, but also price gougers with respect to their customers who voluntarily patronize these places.
Well, that actually reminds me.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well, it actually reminds me of something like Bernie Sanders said, because he said, look, he gave a speech a couple of years ago defining his version of socialism. He said, listen, I don't want to seize the means of production. I don't want to nationalize, I'm kind of somewhat paraphrasing, your corner grocery store. Well, I mean, for some people, that is the only acceptable form of capitalism, is really like a downtown Vermont, where there's a lot of, where there's farmer markets there. That's okay socialism, and small cutesy stores where you can go antiquing, bodegas in New York. That is capitalism. That's also the only proper way, a city can look. They have a cutesy downtown with lots of little stores, and everything else is crass, predatory capitalism.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable because who are these stores serving? How does I think Dollar Tree has like a market cap of $20 billion. It's because they're providing goods to people who need those goods at those price points. They've identified a customer base, and that's a real service organization.
But again, a lot of these people, when those were Walmarts, if they were Walmarts, they would quickly shift back to that old criticism of Walmarts. So again, if the downtown doesn't look like it did in 1955, clearly capitalism is broken.
Yeah. He is Jim Pethokoukis, CNBC contributor, columnist for the American Enterprise Institute. Check out his piece, Has Bernie Sanders Learned Anything Over the Past 50 Years? Jim, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, thanks for having me on, Dan.
Take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Doesn't it seem like things are always getting more expensive? Groceries, the rent, even utilities. Cost of living is up, but Allstate can help lower your cost of driving. With new lower auto rates in Illinois, you get the same high-quality coverage and hands-on expertise from a local Allstate agent. Now with new lower rates, you're in good hands with Allstate.
If you haven't quoted Allstate lately, it's the perfect time. Get a quote today. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary.
Real travel is life-changing. With Trafalgar, you'll discover the best way to travel and connect with the culture, people, and places you visit. You'll travel with the freedom to discover and the confidence to explore. With over 300 trips on all 7 continents, you get real experiences that you won't find elsewhere. These are just a few of the greatest travel stories you'll ever tell. Save up to 7.5% on trips. Terms and conditions apply. Visit your travel agent or Trafalgar.com. Trafalgar, simply the best.
I'm taking it, and you should too. Balance of nature. You know why? Because I want to boost my immune system, especially during the winter months when everyone seems to be fighting a cold or the flu. And the best way to boost your immune system is to eat well, sleep well, but eating well. That means getting enough fruits and veggies, which, admit it, you're not doing on your own, and that's where Balance of Nature comes in. 6 capsules of Balance of Nature. You're getting 10 servings of 31 different fruits and veggies. I met a woman who works out all the time. She's been taking Balance of Nature for 5+ years, has not had a cold or the flu in 5 years, nor a sinus infection or bronchitis. She swears by the stuff, and so do I. So make 2020 a year of better health for yourself. And right now, Balance of Nature offering free shipping and 35% off your first preferred order of BON, Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com, type in the discount code Chicago, or call one of their life coaches, 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. They'll answer any questions you have, and they're ready to take your order. Balanceofnature.com, discount code Chicago.
What would you do if you knew there was a place to learn step-by-step strategies designed to help you make the right moves inside the financial markets? A place to develop skills that can help you generate income and build confidence toward your retirement goals. At Online Trading Academy, we know there's an investor in all of us, and we know how to teach people just like you the skills and knowledge that could empower you to take better control of your financial future. Start by taking our free introductory class at a location near you. Learn about the biggest mistakes investors make and how you can learn to avoid them. Plus, you'll learn strategies that could help you make your money work harder for you. For over 20 years, Online Trading Academy has been teaching students skills designed to help them learn to invest with the confidence of the pros.
Call 844-778-7132 for 2 free tickets to a class in your area and receive our Professional Insiders Kit with lessons from our top instructors just for attending. That's 844-778-7132. 844-778-7132 or visit otaclass.com.
The American economy remains strong, and both business owners and employees are enjoying the benefits. Here at AM 560, we want to celebrate businesses that are thriving. Are you a business owner who's part of this great American success story? If so, we want to hear from you. Once again, we're taking our show on the road. We'll be broadcasting from Chicagoland businesses enjoying success as they serve their customers and clients through the hard work of their employees. We want to hear your story, share your success, and find out what makes your business run. It's the Signature Bank Business Tour. To submit your business for consideration, just go to bankbusinesstour.com. That's bankbusinesstour.com, and we might be broadcasting from your location in the near future.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, and so the tributes to Kobe Bryant continue to pour in, some of them taking strange form, including as it pertains to Super Bowl ads.
Yeah, remember the Mr. Peanut ad where Mr. Peanut, who's been the mascot for that
Rest in peace.
nut company for 104 years. Remember there was this ad that was released that features him, he perishes
Turned
in a
into peanut
fiery
butter.
crash, right,
Yeah.
while he saves the lives of actors Wesley Snipes and Matt Walsh.
I just died in your arms tonight. Oh, look out! Oh! Abandon that! Oh, oh, we're too heavy. Oh. Matt, let go. No, you let go. Hey, Mr. Peanut, no, you don't. Don't do it, Mr. Peanut. No! No! Maybe he'll be all right. Maybe not.
It's very sad.
So the funeral, so you saw his death there, but the funeral is going to be during the Super Bowl this Sunday. But they've suspended their online campaign ad because people are offended that they're having this during the same time we are grieving Kobe Bryant's death. Saying, we wanted you to know that we are saddened by this weekend's news, and Planters has paused all campaign activities, including paid media, and will evaluate next steps through a lens of sensitivity to those impacted by this tragedy. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Are we? muddling the facts. I mean, this is the Mr. Palanter's Peanuts death has nothing to do with Kobe Bryant. One person on Twitter said, no, this is because it was a fiery crash into a mountain, that it was too similar, too painful.
Okay. You know, at some point you have to stop indulging people who want to make someone else's tragedy about them. I mean, that's what you're really doing here. You have to suspend a cartoon campaign because there's violence in it when it's. I mean, to even explain this is beyond astounding. Just stop making this about you or things like this about you. It's a terrible thing what happened to Kobe Bryant and his family and the others who were killed in that helicopter. He was a great athlete. He was an iconic figure in our culture. And all of those things that Jerry West and people who actually knew him had to say about him, and leave it there. Leave it there. What is this running around censoring people to whether it's sensitive enough or not, or with respect to this event? It's really so much about those people, and it's sort of the most vile sort of self-indulgence.
And I really, we're learning this morning that there was no terrain warning system on the helicopter, which the FAA let slip through during their inspection of that helicopter, which should be there if you're flying in a mountainous area like California. And also we're hearing from Shaquille O'Neal, who spoke yesterday.
I haven't felt the pain that sharp in a while. 47 years old. Lost two grandmothers. Lost a Sarge, lost my sister, and now I lost a little brother. Our names will be attached together for what we did. It just makes me think that in life, sometimes instead of holding back certain things, we should just do.
And then little kid, he did touch everybody. Like my kids remember the fake fadeaway jumper, and this little kid was in front of the United Center.
He was really good, and he shoots threes. He shoots threes better than Michael Jordan.
So it's terrible what happened, but not having a Mr. Peanuts commercial has nothing to do with Kobe Bryant's death. Okay, people need to get a grip.
Yeah, that's how Kobe would want to be remembered, by silencing a Mr. Peanuts Super Bowl commercial. I mean, how ridiculous is this really? I mean, again, please, somewhere, adults assume control of these people.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll pick up our discussion of both Iowa and impeachment with Ed Morrissey from HotAir.com at 8:38.
But now let's head straight into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Skies will be gray for the next couple of days. 31 degrees at 8:29. The impeachment trial of President Trump moves into what could be an especially contentious phase today when senators begin questioning House impeachment managers and the president's defense team. White House counsel Pat Cipollone feels good about the group's presentation.
You've heard a lot from our side, and I think we've made our case.
Senators are submitting written questions to Chief Justice John Roberts, who will then read them aloud. Overnight, Senator Lindsey Graham thought President Trump's impeachment trial would be over this week. The South Carolina Republican tweeting he's increasingly optimistic this ends Friday, end quote. The number of U.S. service members hurt in the Iranian missile strike earlier this month is rising. Pentagon announcing that at least 50 military personnel have been diagnosed with concussion syndrome. The Pentagon says 31 service members have been treated and returned to duty. Series of strong earthquakes shaking up the Caribbean. Reporter Sam Brock says a powerful 7.7 magnitude quake struck just over 70 miles northwest of Jamaica Tuesday afternoon.
Creating sinkholes, sparking tsunami warnings across the region and several aftershocks.
Quake was felt across Cuba and as far away as Miami. An investigation continues this morning following a deadly crash in Niles. Police say the vehicle crashed into the building at the Niles Police Department early this morning. That driver was killed. High-ranking Chicago police officer is being stripped of his police powers. Interim Police Superintendent Charlie Beck made the decision yesterday following a Chicago investigation into allegations that Edward Woodnicki refused to stop when an Indiana State Police trooper tried to pull him over for speeding last year. Wodnicki had voluntarily demoted himself from the rank of commander to lieutenant before being relieved of police powers. The accused Dixon school shooter Matthew Milby is being considered unfit to stand trial. Former Dixon student was deemed unfit, then fit for trial in September before yesterday's decision to send Milby back to get more mental health screenings. Milby, you may recall, pleaded not guilty in May of 2018 to the shooting inside Dixon High School. Only Milby was hurt when he was shot by a resource officer on scene. Bulls visit the Pacers later on tonight. College hoops tonight. DePaul's at Seton Hall. Northwestern visits number 14 Michigan State. In the Valley, Loyola tips against SIU, and Bradley hosts Valpo. Last night, our Northern Illinois Huskies were winners, edging Ohio 61-59. The news, a service of Farmers Insurance. Bundle home and auto with Farmers Insurance, and you could save an average of 20%. Mic drop. Mike's covered. Call 800-FARMERS to get a quote today. 8:32, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher knows why the impeachment circus started.
The reason behind the whole impeachment hoax, it was just to say he's been impeached for life. Wow.
It's like all they've got.
Well, we're not going to probably get him removed from office. He very well may win this year. Well, but at least we can say he was impeached. Aha! We got that on him.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg. Meet Joe, 56, married, living in a $300,000 home in the Western Burbs. Joe accumulated $50,000 in credit card debt while unemployed. After securing a job, Joe wanted to refinance, so he called Team Hochberg for a free consultation. Team Hochberg loan officer Cindy Piazza helped Joe do a cash-out refinance, which paid off all his credit cards and 2 Parent Plus student loans, which reduced Joe's payment over $800 a month. Let's review. Joe lost his job, racked up 50 G's in credit card debt supporting his family until securing a new job. Team Hochberg helped Joe pay off his debt with a cash-out refinance and save Joe close to 10 G's a year. If you want to pay off debt like Joe, call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial Legal Housing Lender, NMLS 1124061.
Message and data rates may apply. Individual results vary. Exclusions apply.
Contacts and glasses are such a hassle. I'd love to finally get LASIK, but
I'm going to stop you right there. If you want LASIK, then the LASIK Vision Institute has officially taken away everything standing in your way.
Isn't LASIK expensive?
Not at the LASIK Vision Institute. We're offering dramatically low prices, as low as $220 per eye, and an absolutely free consultation. See for free if LASIK is right for you by texting LIKE to 350350.
But I'm really busy.
A text only takes seconds. The LASIK procedure typically only takes 15 minutes, and most patients can get back to work the following day. The LASIK Vision Institute uses the latest FDA-approved LASIK technology that helps the majority of patients achieve 20/20 vision for as little as $220 per eye. Dr. Greenberg has performed 75,000 laser eye surgeries and is one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Chicago.
What's that text again?
Text LIKE to 350350. That's LIKE to 350350 to schedule your free consultation today.
Listen to AM 560, The Answer, online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, on TuneIn, iHeart, and radio.com.
8:35, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and Jim Telemonti.
Northbound Lakeshore Drive traffic is heavy from the Stevenson Expressway to Monroe. That it is jammed from Illinois Street to before the Oak Street curve where there's a crash. Your southbound delays are from Foster to Chicago Avenue. In Mount Eden's 19 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 32. In Kennedy, running 46 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. A little quicker, the Express. Inbound Eisenhower, 58 minutes, 390 to downtown. 44 from Wolf. The Stevenson is a 57-minute drive, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the Merritt Bishop, 428. A delay on the eastbound Reagan Tollway, 59 to Mill Street. Northbound Veterans Memorial, Fountain to the Reagan Tollway. That's traffic. I'm Jim Telemonti on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Cloudy 33 today, mostly cloudy 25 overnight. More thick cloud cover tomorrow, high of 33. 31 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Mortgage Update with Dan Frio. Every Saturday morning at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity this afternoon at 2 on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Adam Schiff, press conference yesterday talking about witnesses. What about if one of those witnesses was you?
Are we really going to require the country to wait until his book comes out to find out information that senators could have used to make the right decision on conviction or acquittal? In terms of these sort of red herrings, well, if the House managers want to call relevant witnesses, we want to call irrelevant ones, because we want to make them pay a price for getting witnesses who are at the heart of this scheme. That's not a game we're interested in playing. And, well, I can tell you what my testimony is. He's guilty, and he should be impeached. And I think the idea is an absurd one, but then this is what you have to fall back on when you know just how damaging John Bolton's testimony is going to be. And I would say the same of Hunter Biden. If they want to a witness for witness, then let them call Mick Mulvaney. Mick Mulvaney has said that he disputes what John Bolton has to say. Let them call Mick Mulvaney. Let them call Secretary Pompeo. Let them call people that are precipient witnesses to this scandal and this corrupt scheme. If they want a witness for witness, but that's not really what they want. They want a distraction, and I don't think the senators want to allow their proceeding to be turned into a circus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, really.
Yeah, they're afraid if they don't follow the Adam Schiff prescription, that's when it becomes a circus. Oh, he is just a delight, really. He really is. I enjoy listening to him so much. And I don't think that the Republicans should allow additional witnesses because remember, witnesses have been called in this case. They were called by the House. And that's part of the record, and that's part of the record that was presented from the perspective of the House managers as well as from the perspective of the White House defense team. So ask your questions over the next couple of days and then call the question. But it is tempting because, of course, we know, whether it's Schiff or Schumer, they don't want this witness exchange. The Republicans should never agree to anything that's 1 for 1. I'm sorry. It's
mano y mano.
How about 1 for 5? And thank you for your suggestions about who we should call Representative Schiff. But we're going to go ahead and call people that actually you have made material to the case, including yourself because of your staff's interaction with the so-called whistleblower. But it's just fun to listen to Schiff do the contortions required to project onto Republicans everything that he is. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Ed Morrissey, senior editor for HotAir.com. Ed, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan and Amy.
Morning. So, what about that? Just if we could just all abide Schiff's recommendations for which witnesses should be called by who and when, then we could get to the truth of the matter straight away and accede to their demand to remove this president so we could save the republic.
Golly, it's a great idea. They should call John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney. Actually, Adam Schiff should have called John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney if he wanted to hear their testimony. That's when he had the opportunity to do it. They didn't want to do it because they didn't want to go to court to litigate executive privilege. And now they want the Senate to do it instead because they didn't want to do it themselves because they wanted to get impeachment done before Christmas. I mean,
Right. Just on that point, it's okay for them not to want to litigate executive privilege, but it's not okay for the Senate not to want to litigate executive privilege because the same matter would still be at bar if Bolton were subpoenaed to testify.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the sophistry behind Schiff's argument. He's saying, well, how can you have a trial without witnesses? I would say, how can you have an investigation without actually developing the firsthand testimony and the firsthand evidence? That what they're asking the Senate to do is not to have witnesses at a trial. They're asking the Senate to reopen the House investigation for them. And the Senate shouldn't be put in that position. The Senate should really, their role in this is to take a look at the impeachment and the evidence produced by the House and see if it rises to the level of removal. That's what the Senate's role here is. It's not to do another investigation. And Schiff is doing a very good job of muddying those waters by saying it's all about witnesses. No, it's not. What they're asking the Senate to do, what they're demanding the Senate do, is to reopen the investigation that Schiff did not complete before the House impeached Donald Trump on an incomplete record. And that is extremely problematic, because what's going to happen is that the House will pay no, if the Senate does this, the House will pay no political price for having generated a bogus impeachment, or at least a very deficient impeachment, the way that they should. The Senate should hand it back to them and say, sorry, you guys didn't do your job, and now you're going to have to live with the consequences of it.
Yeah, and if witnesses are called, this may never end. I mean, you have the caucuses Monday, and then you have, New Hampshire, and then, this could go into Super Tuesday and well past Super Tuesday if witnesses are called.
This could go into the summer if witnesses are called, because it's going to take a while for that to litigate. It won't take forever. And so this is the other part of Schiff's argument that's really dishonest. He was claiming that they couldn't take the time to litigate the executive privilege because it would go down to the election, because it would take too long for the courts to address this. And that's simply not true. If the House had voted to authorize an impeachment process, which the House never did, they didn't want to take that vote for political reasons. Had they done that, and had Schiff gone to the courts to enforce a subpoena against John Bolton, against Charles Kupperman, against Mick Mulvaney, the courts would have expedited that because it is in the middle of an authorized impeachment process. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to authorize the impeachment process. So the courts were left looking at this, would have been left looking at this if Schiff and Nadler had pressed the issue by saying that, look, this is part of just normal oversight, and I don't know that we want to get involved in this. But if it had been part of an authorized impeachment process, the courts would have been immediately involved in it, and they would have expedited these decisions. They probably would have had a decision on this by now, or maybe mid-February. I would guess at least some preliminary decisions on just how far executive privilege stretches in these cases.
Well, in addition to that, they made the choice to delay transmitting the articles of impeachment for 3 weeks because they wanted to enjoy their vacation, and because they wanted to make sure the American public was back and into their lives in the new year, so that everybody could see Adam Schiff when he had the opportunity for his star turn. So all of this too, I mean, the fierce urgency that comes and goes depending on their immediate interests.
Well, also because they wanted to try to embarrass Mitch McConnell into agreeing to witnesses up front, which is something that hadn't been done in the previous impeachment. And so this is, it's all a circus. I mean, you guys called it a circus to start off with. It's all a circus. I will tell you this, though. I actually think that the John Bolton leak, actually helps Donald Trump. Or if it doesn't help Donald Trump, it actually helps the Senate Republicans. Because the Senate Republicans can now say, hey, look, we now know what John Bolton has to say, and we still think that this doesn't rise to the level of impeachment. We don't really need his testimony. If this is what John Bolton says, fine, we'll accept it. But it still is not an impeachable offense. And now they can say, hey, we considered it. We knew about it when we made this decision. We weren't blindsided by it.
Right. And so yesterday, the headline in the middle of the day was McConnell doesn't have the votes to prevent witnesses, and that was later clarified actually by your outlet, hotair.com. He doesn't have the votes to stop witnesses yet, but it's trending in the direction that he will. Is that your handle?
Yeah, I think it's trending in that direction. I mean, they had a meeting last night, and they didn't come to a final conclusion, but apparently people were coming out of that feeling pretty good that they were going to have at least 51 votes to skip the witnesses and go directly to a vote on acquittal. I would say that one of the more interesting things about what happened last night was another political article saying that you've got three Democrats who are considering whether or not to acquit Donald Trump on one or both articles. And I don't think that you get that if Senate Republicans are wavering on whether to call witnesses. I think if Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema, and I forget who the third, Doug Jones, are thinking about voting for acquittal, I think the game's pretty much up.
And now thinking ahead to Monday in Iowa, there's interest, speaking of a piece in Politico, suggesting that there's a FOBO virus that's paralyzing the Democratic primary. FOBO.
What's that? Is that another virus I should be worried about?
No, it's not.
Do I need to put on my mask?
It's you're not a Democrat primary voter, so it's
No,
not.
okay.
So you're immune. But it's a fear of a better option. Fear of a better option is paralyzing Democrat primary voters. This is why there's so many undecideds just a few days before the caucus.
I think that that's probably true, because if you take a look at the options they've got, they're probably all looking at this thing, well, there's got to be something better than this. This is, you've got Biden who's 76, you've got Sanders who's 78, you've got Elizabeth Warren who's kind of dropped off the table nationally speaking, and you've got the mayor of South Bend, Indiana.
Former mayor of South Bend, Indiana.
Yeah.
Former mayor of South Bend, Indiana. Those aren't great options going into a national election. And I'll tell you, I think that what you're looking at here is the Republicans in 2012. I think it's a very similar sort of situation. I think that voters in the 2012 election cycle were looking at the options, and they just kept coming back to Romney because there weren't a whole other better options, but they kept looking for that better option. They had that FOBO thing going on then too.
And we're hearing rumblings this morning that Joe Biden's campaign is trying to align themselves with Amy Klobuchar in precincts where she's not doing well, to have her supporters vote for him. Because in Iowa, the caucuses, I don't know if you've ever participated, but it's you vote for first and second and then third. So second place might not be, I know if you're not first, you're last. But if you're in second place, it might not be too bad.
Well, and here's the thing, too. It's so split in Iowa that it's likely that you're going to have 3 or 4 people come out of there with at least some delegates, right? You're not going to get an nobody's going to come out of there with an overwhelming win. At least that's the way it looks at the moment. And so if it's a delegate or two difference between 2 or 3 different candidates, it's really kind of a wash. They go into New Hampshire, and that will be sort of, that'll be a small number of delegates. I think the race really starts in South Carolina, and Joe Biden is dominating down there.
He is Ed Morrissey, senior editor for HotAir.com. Ed, thanks for joining us as always. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Amanda Zanger, owner of Black Industrial and Safety Supply in Hammond, Indiana, and a business customer of Signature Bank. Prior to owning my own business, I worked for a major financial institution. So when it came time to finance the acquisition of Black, I approached a big bank, only to receive a solid no. That's when Signature Bank stepped in. With Signature Bank, the process was different. Signature provided creative financing options that enabled me to purchase Black and continue to grow the business. Thanks to Signature Bank, Black Industrial is able to continue serving Fortune 500 industry fabricators and contractors with tools and safety supplies as we have since 1893.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Hefe, you got a live read.
The American economy remains strong. Both business owners and employees are enjoying the benefits. Here at AM 560, we want to celebrate businesses that are thriving. Are you a business owner as part of this great American success story? If so, we want to hear from you. Once again, we're taking our show on the road, broadcasting from Chicagoland businesses enjoying success as they serve their customers and clients through the hard work of their employees. We want to hear your story, share your success, and find out what makes your business run. It's the Signature Bank Business Tour. To submit your business for consideration, just go to bankbusinesstour.com. That's bankbusinesstour.com. And we might be broadcasting from your business in the near future.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I ended up getting a cold after Thanksgiving.
And usually it always goes to my chest. Not even a usually, it just always goes to my chest. And I end up having to go to the doctor. This time I took 9 of the Balance of Nature for 2 days, and it totally cleared up. I was very impressed because every time I've gotten a cold for the past 5 years, it goes into my chest. And it didn't. It cleared up right away.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Networks of the future are finally here, and Turnkey IT is ready to set up your business. Serverless networks, folks, that's where it's at, I should say. It helps to save money, increase productivity, and minimizes the headaches of not having to purchase or maintain a local server in your building. Unleash your business from having a server. You continue to have all the tools you rely on with Microsoft 365, including Outlook, Excel, PowerPoint, and more. And with Turnkey IT, each user gets a terabyte of storage with all files and folders stored, backed up, and ready to be shared securely within your organization. Can your business go serverless? Turnkey IT is offering a free 5-point assessment to determine if your business qualifies in just 2 minutes. Just visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey IT is just like you, a locally owned business that understands the needs of other local businesses. They specialize in working with businesses that employ 5 to 200 employees. So leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on what's important. Visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro.
When it's cold outside, you can dress for it. But when your furnace gives out, hey, a blanket fort can only do so much. So call your local 1-Hour Heating and Air Conditioning. We'll replace your old furnace with a new high-efficiency one. And that beats a bunch of blankets any day. Right now, cozy up to big savings on a complete heating system. Call 855-1-HOUR.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1-HOUR.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
This is Attorney Stephen Leahy, host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here on AM 560 every Sunday evening at 5 o'clock. Let me tell you about Bill. Bill's business slowed down and he fell behind on his taxes. Instead of filing his tax return, he decided to wait until he could pay. Well, 1 year turned to 2, turned to 3. Then the IRS threatened to contact his customers, take his house, his bank account, and his passport. Well, Bill hired me. We filed all of his tax returns and an appeal to slow the IRS down. Then we worked out an installment agreement based on how much he could pay, not on how much he owed. Now Bill can rely on the IRS protection plan. We will file his future tax returns and keep the IRS off his back so Bill can focus on growing his business. If you have questions about the IRS, you can get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problem Today, to learn the secrets of solving your IRS problem and save your business, your marriage, and your reputation. Call 312-664-6649 or go to freeirsbook.com.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available. For information, visit Illinois Concealed Carry Training online at icct.us. That's icct.us.
This is Owen Strand for townhall.com. The death of basketball star Kobe Bryant has shocked the world, truly the world. Bryant, one of the top 5 basketball players of all time by many estimates, was just 41 years old. More tragic still, his 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, died at his side. 7 other people perished in the crash. Bryant soared in his career. He won 5 NBA championships, many awards, and became fantastically wealthy. Yet after personal trouble early in his career, Bryant committed himself to his family. He was by all accounts a doting father to his 4 girls, and he and his wife Vanessa worked hard to strengthen their union. As a man, Bryant needed what many men need. He needed a family. He pursued excellence and found it in his calling. Kobe's days are over. This life goes fast. We must number our days and prize what matters most. Man knows not his time. I'm Owen Strand.
The Pepperdine School of Public Policy, America's unique graduate leadership degree. Learn more at publicpolicy.pepperdine.edu. AM 560, The Answer.
Dana and Amy, a couple calls on impeachment theater. Mike on the south side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. As a municipal employee and a registered Democrat conservative, I don't really have the FOBO, but I am curious, who I could lean towards, who is the most, beatable in the general. Could you help me out with that?
To me, I know my friend Hugh Hewitt disagrees. He's going to vote in the Democrat primary in Virginia for Bernie Sanders. He thinks that's the best matchup for Trump. I've said from the beginning.
That's scary.
I said from the beginning, and I stick to it, that Joe Biden is the weakest candidate. So that's who I'd recommend you vote for. He doesn't bring the base, and if you don't bring the base in this environment, you cannot win a national election.
Thank you.
Good talk, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. It's good now.
No, it is. It's true.
Yeah. Tony in Downers Grove.
Hey, Dan, well, what about the other side, about the witnesses, where if the Republicans do not let Bolton testify, it's going to hang over their heads? You could have shoes dropped before the election. You could have revelations that the Democrats could point to. And as we know, the Republicans are weenie, spineless, and they won't fight back hard enough to dispel what's being thrown at them.
Well, I mean, once you open the door, then Schumer's already said if you don't call Bolton and Mulvaney, it's a cover-up. And then if you call Bolton Mulvaney, well, if you don't call Bolton, Mulvaney, and Pompeo, it's a cover. It's never going to end. They're going to stick to their argument regardless of what Republicans do. So they should do the right thing, to borrow a Spike Leeism. And the right thing here is to call the question. You had your chance. You did the investigation. You presented the results of it. The defense presented their response. And let's call the question. Otherwise,
let's call this whole thing off.
I mean, otherwise you're going to have, because Republicans, the Republicans in the Senate are not going to go along with anything like, oh yeah, we'll just call Bolton and we'll have Bolton prosecute his grievances against Trump, but then we won't bother with Hunter or Joe or Schiff or the so-called whistleblower or members of Obama's cabinet. No, I don't think so. Then it becomes a protracted affair, and I don't think that's in Trump's best interest or the country's, in reverse order, actually. Tony, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
And thank you for making us part of your morning. Thanks to Justin Kosick, who is our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy, who is... Dan, you haven't played along in a while. What is Quinn McCarthy?
Well, I wanted to get to this, and this is because Quinn is a professional meat cleaver massager. So
people are getting massages with meat cleavers?
Meat cleavers.
I mean the butt end, right? Not the sharp end.
Well, you'll find out tomorrow.
All right. Oh, nice tease. All right. Now, with news from here at home and around the world, let's see how those Americans are doing on their way to the military base in Riverside, California. Here with the latest is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, so far so good. They've been screened at Ted Stevens Airport in Alaska with no signs of coronavirus and now headed to the Army Air Reserve Base near Riverside, California. Meantime, here in Chicago, Marty Sandoval pleads guilty to charges in a red light camera scheme. Flight attendants are suing Boeing over allegations of toxic cabin air. Police training exercise in Chicago leads to a lockdown of a Chicago high school. The county coroner and former mayor of Springfield killed in a plane crash. Bulls are at the Pacers tonight. Considerably cloudy in your forecast. And WIND Chicago News Time 9.
They can ask questions, but have to keep quiet.